Alright, here I am. Hello. How's everyone doing? Cat, are you done catting? Have you catted sufficiently? Have you catted to your saddest I was gonna say saddest caption, but that doesn't quite work. I don't have cat-based puns. It's early. Ugh. Hi, it's a me. I sleep normal hours, I promise. I would do Jaybridge, Hazel, toilet paper, Priz. Yes, Kevin, you are a cat. Rolling the coffee's good. Let's find out if the coffee's good. It's acceptable. Not great. Not great, but it'll work. We'll get the job done. Hey, loading screen. Satisfaction. Oh, there it is. It was right there. What is a hype chat? So it's a new feature that Twitch has forced on partnered channels where it's basically just a through website dono instead of, everyone's got their Streamlabs or Stream Elements link, which the streamer gets the entirety of. Instead, Twitch introduced a proprietary one that the streamer only gets 70% of. And also, they have no moderation tools for it whatsoever. And it's for partners only, and they can't turn it off. So I set the minimum to $100 so no one will do it. How you doing, barista? Good to see you. Yeah, the idea for today is we'll do a new playthrough, and we're gonna do Iron Bearfists only. Now I'm going to grant myself a Flame class mod. We're gonna start at level 13. And I'm just gonna use Bearfist. Now the exceptions to me using Bearfist only will be anytime I need to proc my flame to get back into Iron Bear. I'll be allowed to do whatever to do that. But if I can get an Iron Bear, for combat I need to get an Iron Bear.
The borderlands at the edge of the galaxy are a dangerous place.
And the only Iron Bear hardpoints I'm allowed to use are Bearfist and Bearfist augments. Which does mean I have to put 5 points here ASAP. This is part of why I started at level 13, because otherwise, I couldn't do anything until I spent 5 skill points. Woke up and took a tumble, right just as I finished going to the bathroom, was gonna get a drink. That sounds frustrating. I'm sorry. I am not a hugely coordinated person due to some health stuff, so it's very disheartening. Just I feel you. I feel you. Hopefully, the tone of your day shifts to something more favorable. I was getting ready to wake up anyway. That's something. How you doing, Super? Diabetic? Yeah. Wild Swing's a lot of damage, so we could go for extra 5 points here to get to Wild Swing. Just work slowly on getting close the distance. But since this is bear stuff, and I'm gonna be doing flame, I'm gonna need access to these bonus elements for consistency, so we'll spend 2 points there. Double time is move speed in bear, that's gonna be real nice. Also getting limit breaks. Limit break's not gonna be fantastic here, but getting superior firepower would be. And obviously feature creep. I guess deadlines makes a lot of sense right now, and then Cloud of Lead. Well, that's spreading out my investment a lot. Like, as much as I want Cloud of Lead, it would probably be more optimal for me to save Green Tree investment until later. Like, once I have 20 total points, I think I can justify going... Let's see, once I have 21 total points, I can justify going for Special Spare plus Bearfist. Yeah. We'll go biofuel for the 1 point immortality. Yes, Guardian rank unlocked. Good job, game. Alright, first, we gotta name this character. Okay, this Moze will be Fister Sister. See, Sister Fister has been historically Amara, but this is Sister Fister. Totally different thing. Totally different thing. Yeah, we'll go with this hat. Let's see, where's the one I'm looking for? Looking for a specific skin. I always forget the name though. Guess I'll scroll through them all. Sister jiggling. Where is that? What's the name? Ah, it's this one. We gotta have the plaid. Gotta have the plaid. Okay, so because this is Iron Bear stuff, there's a couple DLCs that do absolutely nothing for me. Like Bounty of Blood, there's nothing we care about there, so that's just XP. Jackpot would be Ember's Blaze and Green Monster. Those would be the things of note. Ember's Blaze would probably be the most optimal grab right now. And putting Cartel Event on so I can get a no pew pew as fast as possible would also be a good play. I should do both of those things. But first, hey Fleece, it has been a while. How have I been? I've been okay. How are you? Good to see you. So the Flame class mod that I'm going to grant myself here, I'm going to intentionally nerf so it doesn't do anything beneficial for me. So you'll see. So, this is a level 1 flame with no passives. It is just a flame. It's got no skill rolls. It's just a flame. Need to finish Gigamine first? Yes, I do. But this is what we're going to use. The Gigamine part is also why we took the Deadlines points. Looks awkward? It does. The card was definitely not designed to be seen that way. I don't really benefit much from putting on the increased drops from Buttermilk.
Armed.
Why is this here? This is so crazy. I mean,
Your money is always welcome. You could always use it.
Not too bad, thanks. Happy to hear you're okay. Have you joined the start of Moze playthrough? You have. We just made the character. We're just getting set. This is gonna be a Bearfist only run. Bearfist being Iron Bear's second or third weakest weapon type. I have kind of the urge to do a lot of Iron Bear content lately because there's some points I'd like to prove. Mainly that Iron Bear isn't that strong. Now, you might take a different meaning from me saying that than what I mean. Iron Bear is overpowered, but it is not as strong as people think it is. And that's an important distinction to make because Borderlands 3 is kind of structured balance-wise where most things are viable. But if we look at the sphere of all damage-dealing action skills, Iron Bear isn't even close to being competitive with like the real hard hitters. It's not even close. Um, those hard hitters, especially being things like uh, almost all of Amara's action skills are just way more damage per click. But Digiclone is also an action skill, you know? So one of the things I want to show is that the real power of Iron Bear is just the efficiency. Is Bearfist better at punching than Amara? No, Amara punching is actually stronger than Bearfist, which is cool. It's just Bearfist does a couple things that Amara punching can't. Like, for example, the grabby hand augment allows you some ranged capability without having to use Blade Fury or Stinger or Fish Slap. And you can't die when you're in Bear if you're properly spec'd. So, for example, Bearfist, you can sit on Wotan and just keep punching, and you live. You can't really do that on Amara because you get physically thrown off if the aura doesn't kill you. There's only 2 fists, Amara has 6. She has 8, right? She's a spider, basically. It's like, you can make fists out of your feet, right? Much as I hate that take, can't fault it. It's true. Iron Bear is overpowered, but it is still overrated. And especially if you compare it to Moze on foot. Like, I have the record for True Guardian takedown Iron Bear stuff. Not the record for overall Moze. Record for Iron Bear. And the reason why my Iron Bear run is faster than Lazy's Iron Bear run is because I use Iron Bear less. That's why it's faster. And Iron Bear is not competitive with Moze on foot. Moze on foot is massively stronger. Other characters' action skills are massively stronger. We're gonna take the XP booster here. Overpowered and overrated are not mutually exclusive. Right. They're often... Community perception is often that they are, but like... They're very hand in hand with how this game's balance is gone. Let's put it that way. For example, the Plasma Coil is both overpowered and overrated. It's another of those things. Is it way stronger than anything needs to be? Absolutely. Is it even close to top of its class for damage dealing for a couple of the characters? No, not even remotely. But it still frequently gets held up as like this balance warping destroyer of everything, near zero investment. Like, sometimes, but no more than any other remotely decent gun. But it's still overpowered. You get what I mean?
Once your planet side, it'll hook up with the local network and you can come right back up. Now, it won't be what you call
like Guardian Angel. Guardian Angel's damage bonus is bigger than it needs to be. That gun doesn't really need to exist at all. Glad that it does because it makes certain things viable that weren't. But the bonus is bigger than it needs to be, right? However, everything that is relevant that uses a Guardian Angel was already viable without it. So this idea that the problem with the Guardian Angel is that it makes things overpowered, that's not true. Because all those things already did that. It's just an issue of the strong get stronger. Like, for example, the BL2. Conference Call is one of the most desirable shotguns in the game on its own. Conference Call synergistic with the B shield, so the strong get stronger. Whereas you'll have less relevant weapons, like let's say you, I don't know, wanted to shoot an Unforgiven for some reason. It's already at a disadvantage, and then it's also not synergistic with the B shield. So it's a case of strong helped by strong thing more than weak helped by strong thing. Overpowered and overrated. Revolter is another example of something that fits into that balance sphere. Stronger than it needs to be, not as strong as people give it credit for. I'm hearing buff Iron Bear. It's interesting. J-Bridge, because I don't actually know where Iron Bear would fall balance-wise if they, say, removed um the individual per level scaling buff they gave it. This was back before 2.0. This was in Mayhem 4 days. Um, they basically made Iron Bear scale faster per level than enemy HP does, meaning it's disproportionately strong as levels go up. So Iron Bear will be getting stronger each time I level up without me investing anything into it. If they remove that, I don't know if Iron Bear would even be oppressive. Like, it would still be simple, and that's the real strength of it. But I think early game Iron Bear is a good window into the fact that it's just the supporting stuff that got really out of hand. Uh, a supporting a suite of supporting items and interactions helping out something that is already failure proof, basically. Like Purple Tree giving Iron Bear more damage, giving it immortality. Flamecom giving you infinite uptime. The hardpoint annoyance introduced with DLC 5 as well. Like, I think those are to blame more than anything else. Yeah, this is going to be how we deal damage. How you doing, Nunu? Hate that bug when text in the middle top screen pops up, and right as it pops up and save quit stays on your screen until you will restart the game. Oh yeah, that's a super annoying one. That makes the mini guns pop off. Heat exchanger, yeah. That's such a weird class mod, but it's cool. Iron Bear's lack of risk bothered me far more than the damage. You make enough sacrifice for its damage, but 0 cooldown and immortality, biofuel or not. Yeah. It's Zane gameplay. It's Zane gameplay. I guess I should also figure out optimal weapons to hold for this. So there's not that many weapons that do anything while you're in Bear. You've got Dark Army drones will remain active and shooting. Guardian Angel will buff anything that's coming from Moze and not Bear. Boogeyman skulls will spawn from any kills while you're in Bear if it's what you were holding when you got in. It's 1 EM plus 4 Scorching. That's so sick. Already, this is like an awesome bossing class mod. Eruption for DPS boost start of cycle. Yeah, yeah. Eruption or Servos execute. Obviously, Eruption being better. Ripper technically works on Iron Bear Stomp. It's just like you have no reason to do it because then you would have to get out and shoot the Ripper. I think Ionic Disruptor works on the Iron Bear Stomps as well. Unforgiven would work on any X or like Hunter Seeker crits. If we were doing fish, of course, Saga Saber would apply to that, but I should grab this radio tower, free XP.
Hey, Sugar, Moxie here, and I've got a job for you. Those Calypso twins live for attention, right? So I say we take it away by turning their own broadcast towers again.
Yeah, there's not that many guns you can hold that actually do anything while you're your bear thing. No pew pew is a favorite of mine because your ignite chance goes way up while holding it. So that can be biofuel consistency when you're inside bear, or flame consistency when you're outside. I see breakup drones still work. Yeah, your shield is still present. I think I played BO3 since Wonderlands came out. Not sure if I remember all the things you were mentioning. Might have to jump back on. It's always fun to go back to. Lorelei, can you... Lore, please? Just do the thing. Do the thing. Thank you. Yeah, we could grab a messy breakup. The quest is like right here. I'm gonna want Ember's Blaze though. Gonna be real nice to have until we get a red suit eventually. Guess we take this quest. I don't have to do it right now, but I'll take it. You're ragdolled. Like the idea of Iron Bear supported by Messy Breakup and Dark Army. Yeah, it's something you absolutely can do. I think if you were doing Messy Breakup, you'd probably want to hold a GA instead. But obviously that's only for later on. The big grabs that I want are in terms of things I'll have to go out and acquire. No pew pew. It doesn't actually matter when I get the no pew pew because I don't even care about the anoint on it. So I really should just turn on cartels like right now. So we'll do that. Because the sooner I happen to get one, the better. Let me... Got the saves issue. Oh, yeah, this is, I'm pretty sure this is my 1,800th, I can't speak, save in my folder. So, yay! You have a problem? Yes. Mr. Moze, how you doing, Dex? Sorry, many 1,800. Here, let me check the folder. Let me see the actual number. That might have been 1801. Let me see. Oh no, there's more here than I thought. That's 1803. I forgot I made a bunch of copies of a file while I was testing something. That's 1803. Sorry. Tequila. If I had tequila, maybe I should buy some. Maybe I order some today. Tequila sounds good. What do you think, Nunu? I heard of recycling. See, when I repurpose a save, I usually just copy that save so that I don't lose whatever I was messing around with. There are a bunch of saves I don't need. There are a bunch of saves I haven't used in like 2 years. But I don't need to get rid of them. It's not like a Godfall situation where eventually I'm hoarding so much that my game is crashing. Although I will say, I do run into main menu issues because of my save count, so... So yeah, I'm just gonna actually use this hex here to get through this section, because otherwise it would be a minute of waiting for bear cooldown to come back. We all know Bear can clear this. Once we're done with Gigamine, I'll never have to do this again. You have room for prawn with all those Borderlands files on computer? The prawn's on my phone.
Gonna need a lot of bullets.
So the hitboxes on Bearfist are kind of fucked. Like, you have to be really close. Like, really close. Very annoying. Oh, the stomp actually does damage at this level. That's cool.
One for the good guys.
How Bear hugs people with its fists. Three Skagden, 2 Drowning and Brass Splash Radius. Give me that. I find it weird that both Malon and Vladoff have mechs. I find it weird that every manufacturer doesn't have mechs, because, like, it stonks. Like, mechs are cool. I would spend money on mech. Everyone should make mechs. Like, imagine a TD or a mech. Sure, it'd be kind of shitty in terms of, like, durability, but, like, you could just Digistruct mechs somewhere. Like, that's pretty cool. COV mechs would be just, like, scrap monsters they made. Every manufacturer should do mechs. I don't know what a Jacob's mech would be. That'd probably just be like an exoskeleton, right? They had a mod out to reduce the height of bears so I can get through doors. Not sure if you consider for this playthrough. I specifically decided not to use that. Because it's another opportunity to showcase how ridiculous Flame is. Jacobs would be so steampunk. Oh, yeah, that's a good point. Bioshock style Big Daddy. Anyone else excited for Clockwork Revolution? AKA totally not Bioshock? Jacob's mech, single shot, copper and velvet. Bioshock, but with time. And also RPG elements. Devs went out of their way to say, hey, this is an RPG. I think that's cool. Bioshock had time, though, infinite. Yeah. It just was more alternate universes than time. In a sense, it was still timey-wimey. Just, it only played with the viewer's perception of time. I'm trying to describe it without spoiling the plot, but like, in terms of in-universe, it's not timey-wimey, it's just universe hopping. But like, for the player, it's timey-wimey. If we're looking at Burial at Sea. Started playing the game more after I saw your stream. Oh, that's awesome. Enjoyed this game immensely, and I'm glad to see other people enjoying it too. Example is Deathloop. I still haven't played Deathloop. I don't know if my interest increased or decreased after Arcane's most recent title. Game's 50 years old and you're worried about spoilers. I'm only worried about Bioshock Infinite spoilers, Nunu, and it's only 10 years old. I'm so old. Only worried about spoilers for that because it truly is just one of my favorite games. And anyone who's not experienced that narratively, I don't want to be the one to ruin it for them, you know?
We got contacts.
Because I think Infinite had some really good character work. One of the first modern-ish games that took escort missions and made them not shit. And in some very basic but very impactful ways, it plays with your expectations for storytelling in that sort of game. Time travel stuff in games so unexplored for a media type that should fit it like a glove. I think it's something that was messed with a lot for a couple years and then just not revisited. Like, there was that attempted Bioshock sort of clone. Was it Singularity? Was that the name? That was very timey-wimey. Around that time, the Infamous games had timey-wimey. I feel like it was popular for a couple years in, like, the late 2000s, and then it just stopped seeing use. There's some games that have more focus on it, like the Chrono Trigger games. Those are classic RPGs. God Zombies said that, yeah, and they wrote themselves into a very weird place. Yeah, that's true. We'll just punch a bit. Morning, Jester. How are you?
Better luck next life.
It's hot. I'm already sweaty. Stuff like Returnal with break loop goals, a player buy and can't be done if you're rolling mediums. Good point. Good perspective. Hornet, wow. Early game Hornet is kind of absurd. Guess I'll take a Stinger. Or not Stinger, Impaler. Match those Stinger. The Bearfist only, how was that shooty shooty? Listen, I don't have my class mod slot yet. So, in the interest of not waiting a minute every single time I run out of fuel, which will be in every combat until we're done with Gigamind, I'll just use Bearfist until I can't, and then clear the fight. I won't have to do this anymore after Gigamind. Hey Amber, how are you? Zone in and unbreak the loop. The issue it has for viewership is you have to motivate why the protagonist is in danger, and also keep support and cast evolving when for story reasons they're static. Yeah, I guess that can be difficult to do. Like, with supporting characters, you're forced to just drip feed development. Like, it can be hard to make the player care about it when they're more scenery than character at that point. So I guess that puts you in a position where something like Returnal, you go all in on, hey, the supporting characters aren't really why we're here, you know? Pretty good. Some terrible pains past week, but I'm recovering. Hey, recovery is good. Return to support character is still Celine. That's the main character, right? Also only works that voice acting deserves more praise than it'll ever get. That's something I want to talk about more whenever we discuss, like, games in general. I don't think voice actors get enough credit in the gaming industry. I truly think that they're underappreciated. Like, not just the standout performances that everyone already approves of, but, like, even just the performances that are good enough to keep you immersed. Like, that alone is hard to do. Like, I remember when BL3 was new, some people, like, didn't care for a couple of the performances here, but, like, not for the reasons they think. Like, for example, some people were like, man, Amara's annoying. It's like, yeah, because the actor did a good job. You know?
I've got work to do.
Like, what would you want from Moze? I would want exactly what we got. Just, I don't know, it was something I was thinking about the other day. Just, voice acting is really important for how people perceive characters in any kind of media. And I think voice actors that work on games don't get enough credit. What do you guys think? Like Final Fantasy 16 nailed the VA stuff. I still have not watched any gameplay of that game. I only watched the trailers. But the trailers had, like, really good voice acting.
Back there.
And I'm planning on playing that game. Voice actors and composers are the most underappreciated parts of the gaming industry, at least how I see it. Composers definitely are in that category as well. Yeah. Every once in a while, I see, like, a mainstream OST pop off. Something like Doom Eternal, or God of War Ragnarok, or Elden Ring. You know, very openly appreciated. Or any Supergiant game. But there's a lot of somehow underappreciated. Like, anyone who hangs out in the Borderlands community knows how much we appreciate the soundtracks in these games, yet they still don't get enough appreciation. We have enough punches for this? I think we do. Well, not if I miss. Morning, Urban Mac. Traditionally big Final Fantasy fans in this house, though we didn't care for 13 and 15. That said, wife picked up 16's play and it seems to really be enjoying it. I've heard lots of good things. Like, lots of good things. Something I would definitely say I'm interested in. We'll have our class mod slot now. So I won't have to do non-Iron Bear stuff unless I'm trying to get my cooldown back. This means I can also hop in and out much more freely. Guy voice acting Clive's a lifelong Final Fantasy nerd. He went hard on it. That's good to hear. That's one of those things where I always push back on this whole higher fans thing. I would like to amend that to higher qualified fans. Like, if you got the option of a voice actor who clearly has the ability, but is also a massive fan of your intellectual property, like, absolutely look into that person, right? '16 is the first actual Final Fantasy game to pique my interest. Mine too, Austin. Yeah, same boat. I never really cared enough to look into any of the other ones. But 16 just seems pretty cool. Okay, so we've got our very bare flame comp. This will do nothing except give our cooldown resets, but we don't need it to do anything else. Now from here, I want that Ember's Blaze. So I think we'll do that. It'll get out-leveled very quickly, but it'll remain useful for the aura. It won't be as desirable as I want it to be before we get splash radius bonuses, but we're what, 1 level off from getting TCP? So that'll have to do. Get a flame, nothing on it, save edit. Yeah. It's level 1 as well. Just not. I figured it's a justifiable trade-off because this allows me the benefit of the flame class mod without having to do arms race, but I've decided that this is the only flame I'll use. This will function as a showcase for like why the flame is so powerful, like without increasing your damage in any way or providing anything except for its legendary effect. Like it's truly one of the class mods where your rolls don't matter. They can help you, but that's not why you're using the item. You get that class mod? As I was just saying, I save edited it. The flame normally drops from arms race, but I gave myself an intentionally nerfed one to prove a point. How you doing, guest? Good to see you. Do we go to Athena's? No, go to Jackpot first. So we're already at the point where the weapon I hold doesn't matter, by the way.
I'll kill you. Oh, sorry, I was talking to someone else. Try something else.
And it won't matter until I get one of the very few guns that does anything for me, or until I get my artifact slot. Once I get my artifact slot, I could, like, run a bladed weapon and then start stomping. With static charge, and, like, that's something, but that's not Bearfist. I guess we can check Earl. Maybe you have a Bearfist anointed gun? Railgun. I guess that's something we could do. But I want more Iridium for that. Ball card challenges are up right now. I have chest. Give me Iridium. Oh, well, thank you. Heavies, Eldragon, Trial Cunning, Doll Weapons, Sorcerer Saurians. Stay on this one. What I'm actually gonna do, we're gonna save quit farm the Earl machine for a Bearfist anointed weapon. Doesn't matter what weapon, just we want the Bearfist anoint. Does every character have one of those? Thinking Zerker, Paragon, Infiltrator. The rolls barely matter on Executor, the way I see it, Pris. Like, it helps you, but, like, Executor's effect on its own is already huge. Like, Executor's effect is, like, 4 class mod passives worth of stats more, if we're being honest. though, like, that kind of qualifies too. Like, there's a bunch of class mods that are that impactful in their effect. I don't think anything does it the way Flame does, though, in terms of level of impact. Oh, there we go. A leech with Bearfist. Only 83 iridium. So yeah, 300% more damage on Bearfist now.
Money. Some people say
Those would have more, except they also got banger skills. Right. Due to voice actors being underappreciated, Prosy D just released a video talking about how often people write off any performance here at other voice actors, major YouTubers too. Yeah, what's the name? Yong, yeah? Yong, you know who I'm talking about. Well, he managed to, YouTuber, game journalist type, not the shitty kind. But he landed the role of, the lead in the upcoming Yakuza game in the English dub. And like people are shitting on him, saying, "Oh, he just got it because he's popular." But like, dude's been voice acting for fucking ever too. Like, this is not his first voice acting gig. Like, he's qualified. He just also has the side hustle of being a YouTuber. Young, yeah. Thank you, guest. And you see more and more creative types in general across every industry, kind of dipping their toes into multiple things. Like a lot of actors and musicians are doing Twitch and YouTube as just side gigs, especially since the pandemic. As that happened, I suddenly lose the ability to rocket jump. One guaranteed way is when Scourge teleports you the second time, it turns it off super. But there could be other triggers for it throughout the game. But the one that I'm intimately familiar with is the Scourge one. Because VTubers fall under the VA category. A lot of VTubing is voice acting. So like, there's definitely overlap. There's VTubers who voice act, and voice actors who have VTubers. Example, Moze's voice actress just streams as a VTuber as well. Bounty Hunter always better than Cosmic Stalker? Not always. If you get a Cosmic Stalker with like really good rolls, it can be better than a Bounty Hunter that doesn't have fantastic rolls. If you're mobbing and not dealing bullet damage, and so aren't triggering Bounty Hunter's effect, then sometimes Cosmic Stalker can be more beneficial. But it is very hard for a Cosmic Stalker to beat out Bounty Hunter. There are very specific situations where it can, but it is an uphill battle. Because Bounty Hunter just does so much that we didn't know about until relatively recently. Like, if we'd known everything about Bounty Hunter that we learned in 2022, if we'd known that stuff in 2020, 2019, no one would have taken Cosmic Stalker as seriously as a class mod. Because it's not that it's bad, it's just that everything you want it to do, Bounty Hunter is already doing, while providing additional effects. It's just a good thing that gets invalidated by a really good thing. Like, even before we knew what Bounty Hunter was doing, taking both class mods at face value, they were seen as relative. One Punch Bear, yeah. We're missing out a little bit from not having a damage boosting class mod, but like this helps prove the point. Basically just going through this DLC until we get the shield from Ember. We'll be going back to main story. I could grab a flare from DLC 4, but I don't really have the fuel management tools to make that justifiable yet. And we'd have to... We wouldn't be able to get a heat exchanger until after the story anyway. So that just means that if I want a damage increasing class mod for a bear, I'm using either purples or Bear Trooper. Because Raging Bear is unavailable, Blastmaster is impractical because of how often I'm swapping class mods. Heat exchanger is unavailable. Flare, I don't have fuel management tools. So you'll see me using this intentionally nerfed flame and purples and Bear Trooper until we're done with the story. I've forgotten where to go. I'm intelligent. Yeah, it's going to be very hard to compete with the red suit for this, because it enables me to get rad explosions. The aura is splash, so I can apply fire dots through that. If I get Nova parts, it'll help me with second wins. It's just so good. Very much looking forward to red suit. Ember's Blaze is a discount red suit for the purposes of this build. That's why we're here. We'll get some of the utility aspects. A roaster. Where you can use close the distance. Anything with mandatory flying enemies. For example, Hemovorus. Hemovorus, we will definitely be using close the distance. For Guardian Takedown, we'll probably be doing one close the distance and then one shock hammer. Trying to think of other places. Maybe Katagawa Ball we use close the distance. Thinking about voice actors and how crazy the game industry has changed. I remember when silent pro tags were very common. Now it's the opposite. Yeah, it was the norm for a while for player characters to just be avatars for the customer. Like, they could project themselves onto the player character. And even some voice pro tags had this. Back when they were more limited speech, like the Master Chief in Halo, for example, used to just be for the most part, a player avatar who would occasionally speak, but you could just kind of be him. But over the evolution of that franchise, they actually gave him a character arc. So like he's more of a person, still very limited, but more of a person than just a player avatar. I think people want to care about the character they're controlling more than they want to be the character they're controlling. If that makes sense. Alright, my cooldown's back. We're at the level where tasers actually do damage.
Here we go.
Makes perfect sense. Of course, I do have some issues with writing pro tags, make them too chatty. It can go too far in the other direction. Yeah, you're absolutely right. But that just serves to illustrate that writing is hard. Writing is difficult. Even making a mediocre character is difficult. I don't have a way of applying biofuel yet while I'm in Bear. One of the reasons I want the Blaze. My studios paid their writers well, right? Flame RNG. Where's my fire dots? I guess it's good we got this leech because I can use this fire taser. Should have a fast enough tick rate. Use that gun in literal years. It gained a lot of value when they made it anointable. So now you can just get it from Earl with anoints very early on. I think leech usage is at an all-time high because of that. Otherwise, you had no reason to care about it.
At least Jack wasn't one of those stuffy suits.
Like, Earl's machine giving you access to early game anoints in every slot is really crazy. Obviously, some of them are hard to use initially, like getting URAD early is like, until you get a front loader, or you get your artifact slot and then get a Deathless, or you're a Moze with enough skill points to have Thin Red Line maxed. Or you're Moze and you get a Bloodletter with Thin Red Line, at least 3 points. Until then, you can't use it. But once you can, huge. With Iron Bear Hardpoint Anoints, it's a more straightforward example of, because Iron Bear has... its uptime is structured in a way that once you have something like a Flame or a Bear Trooper, you get a lot of mileage out of those anoints. But until then, you actually get terrible mileage, because Iron Bear has awful uptime if you don't yet have max deadlines, and running on fumes and never gonna give you up. You know, until then, the uptime sucks. Say Hunter's Eye is the best skill to get a bounty hunter? I would. It's hard to determine what optimal skill rolls in bounty hunter look like because there's, like, most dangerous game is really, really good for a lot of reasons. It's just a fantastic skill. And then Frenzy is by no means a bad skill. It's still a very good skill. It's just Hunter's Eye, specifically with bounty hunter interactions, is absolutely massive. So there's no such thing as a bad skill roll on bounty hunter because all the skills are good. It's just note that, like, Hunter's Eye is next level of crazy. Like, there's quite a few class mods in this game where you can take what you get skill roll wise and it's just good. That doesn't mean there's not a better option among those skill rolls. That's why it's still relevant. And of course you have passives. Pretty sure Torg's hot sauce is just a bomb in disguise. How you doing, Ken? Sure, I'd use Anointed Quest rewards more early game if the playthrough wasn't made completely trivial by getting any semi-competent legendary. I mean, you don't even need those to trivialize it. You can make a non-uniques only playthrough. Pretty memey. Hell, you could make gearless pretty memey if you knew exactly what you were doing going in. You start other characters on this DLC, their gameplay reason, because you like the DLC. Like with character creation vibes, it doesn't matter which one you select as like the starter because it just, that's the one it puts in your quest log, but you can just grab them all in Sanctuary anyway. Like it's just because it's the first one on the list. In terms of why I'm here now at level 15, it's because I want a quest reward shield from this DLC. Never used that option, to be honest. Yeah, the way it works is it just puts you in Sanctuary at level 13 with the quest of the associated DLC that you picked already in your log. But since you can grab them all in that hub area anyway, it doesn't matter. Yeah, skipping Pandora 1 is the real draw. But it's also nice in this playthrough because we wouldn't be able to do this run like as purist as we are. It's still not quite purist, but because you can't use Bearfist until level 7. Which you leave Pandora, if you do like minimal stuff, you leave Pandora at level 8. So we would get to use Bearfist for like the last combat encounter. It's, better just start at 13. Although the one thing we do miss out on that I care about is Mouthpiece. Mouthpiece is a cool fight, and I haven't done in a long time. Hey, a wyvern. 20 minutes. I'll take it. My Impaler missed. Worked that time. Oh, I have to actually shoot now. Awkward. Having bad flame RNG. See mouthpiece appreciation. It's just a well-structured boss fight. One of their better designed ones. Good purple weapons. Stagecoaches. Wyverns. Lumps. Protuberances.
Don't forget to spend.
AX7. Q system. Quickies, hedgehogs. Muckamucks.
Alright, perverts, this is your stop.
Rat-a-tatters. Melters, atomizers. Keenfires, splainers. Hey, doing trade secret. Quick shots and sure shots.
Here we go.
You can get value out of Everblast, it's just a little harder, but you can. How about Leaf playthrough? Something like that, Benchwarmer. How you doing?
Serving up fresh hot death.
I could go means of destruction here and never have grenade problems again. But going stainless steel bear makes a lot of sense. Although I'm not gonna end up going stainless steel bear in the final skill tree. Like, I need green tree stuff because I want to get specialist bear and RPMs. Getting EM would be another bonus element. Unironic Selfless Vengeance spec might be incoming. We'll go Drowning in Brass, though, for damage. Float like a butterfly, maul like a bear. You also miss it, just like an arena to a cut boss. The area in front of the ship. Giant boss arena, you fight like 3 guys at a badass. You know, it is a pretty open area where there's just nothing. First time playing Borderlands? No. No, it is not. I have a lot of hours in Borderlands, especially in this Borderlands. Hey, it never gets old. Hey, Green Monster. It's pretty good. 1.8k saves. 1,803, but yeah. Yeah, we have level up bonus. That's why they're turbo dead. Earlier, but that's all their environment and ideas made manifest. Yeah, mouthpiece lead up. So we've seen a couple cool fan mods for turning like certain mobbing areas that lead up to a boss into sort of takedown difficulty. Like there's one for VIP Tower, there's one for Blood Sun Canyon. I think raid on Ascension Bluff would be really cool, because like mobbing through takedown difficulty mouthpiece area with some extra density and then doing like raid difficulty mouthpiece, that would be so sick. Hidden effects of Bounty Hunter. Got a command for it right here, Nico. Here you go. On top of everything you assume Bounty Hunter does, it does all that stuff in the command, which is as strong as it sounds, if not stronger. It's really just a crazy class mod. If you don't need a specific interaction in your class mod slot for some other purpose, usually Bounty Hunter gives you the most damage for like anything you can do on fly. The exception would be Stack Bot sometimes wins out if you're able to sustain your stacks. you know, Peregrine giving you the ability to deploy your grenades from your racks is pretty useful. But for, you know, let's say you're pew-pewing a gun at someone and you're not being stackbot compliant, then Bounty Hunter is almost always just your best option. Let me how to get the 4 skill trees. 4 skill trees are part of the Designer's Cut DLC. Need to own that DLC. Best in slot for artifact on Iron Bear Moze. Depends on what weapon you're using, depends on whether you're speedrunning or not. You mean for just like general use, Benchwarmer? General use. Play with you? No. If you're looking for people to play with, you could always try the looking for group channels over in the official Borderlands Discord server. Dude almost died to a barrel. Hey, JMLaw, thank you for the 5 months. A good time fisting that bear. Bro, I love fisting. Fisting is very enjoyable.
Get good or get
Good
dead,
morning,
bro.
Flag. Hope you're having a good time fisting that bear.
Texas speech is so business-like about it. Thanks a lot. You're welcome, Nico. Notes are not feasible to make a really sick IMO is giving Mouthpiece a significantly different second phase. I mean, yeah, spice it up a little bit, but the framework is cool. General use, I know there's some cheese builds, use Electric Commander to get Iron Bear back in an instant. Yeah, that's a thing you can do, but you can also get it back through, like, other means. My personal idea of what a general use best in slot artifact would be for Iron Bear Moze is, you're looking at an Atom Bomb. Either Deathless or Vic Rush, depending on preference. Or Static Charge, one of those 3. But Atom Bomb, because I'm a big red suit believer, and it'll buff up the rad explosions from those. And the passives you want that AoE in slot 2 or 3, because it's one of the few ways you can increase Iron Bear's damage with your artifact slot. And I personally like having movement speed in the other 2 slots, but like there's an argument for grenade damage if you're running a grenade that isn't a fish slap, melee damage if you're running a fish slap, ignite chance if you're not doing, you know, PPU. Okay, we got the Ember's place. So we don't need to be here anymore, but I guess we'll just go unlock Impound Deluxe. Morning, Eddie Glover. How's the Moze run? It's going well so far. Going well so far. We just got the shield that we came to this DLC for. Which will really smooth out our gameplay loop. And we'll be able to start blasting through the main story. We won't need to stop to gear up in this run at all, because we won't be swapping out the Ember's Blaze until we get a red suit. We won't be swapping out this pistol at all. It's just pretty much make sure I spend skill points how I need to. I'm gonna need to have the ranged Bearfist for like Grave Ward. Grave Ward, maybe Katagawa Ball. We're gonna need to start speccing Red Tree. But, yeah, not yet. Action skill damage affects Iron Bear damage? Yes, Iron Bear's an action skill, so. Mr. VGC, how you doing, Mr. Glenn? Hey, Nepsy, how are you? Hey, Rexy, hope you're well. So, Ember's Blaze has a fire aura around you while your shield is active, and that persists while you're in Bear. And since we're getting in melee range, enemies will always be in range of that fire aura. Now, that aura can apply dots, which will trigger biofuel. It counts as splash, which means it'll trigger vampire. Its radius gets increased by Torque Cross promotion. Trigger means of destruction. It's just a very good utility. Now, Red Suit's functionally a better version of this for us because it'll also apply rad dots, but we're not at a point in the story where we have access to the Red Suit yet. However, it's really cool that Vaughn Quest gives us one for free, and it's in the Earl vendor, so immediately after we finish Pandora 2, or get towards the end of Pandora 2 in the story, we can just go to Earl and get an anointed Red Suit. Farm anything from Katagawa's Ball and Katagawa Jr. I mean, they have assigned drops, just nothing I need.
Stay down, scrub.
Need to learn more about builds, you just equip the highest damage gun and blast them. So I'm a bit of a builds nerd. I go very in depth with builds-based content, and I've done a lot of them. It's what I enjoy about these games. Some people play for the story, some people play for the loot. I play for the builds. That's why I'm here. Bad, always bad, but I got Chimsborger. Ooh, Borger sounds good. And I'll fight the bad. I'll kick its ass. Atom Bomb build better with Red Suit or Old God. So, like, Atom Bomb build isn't really indicative of what the build is doing, right? Atom Bomb is something that enhances builds. You can try to build around it. Build around the idea of Rad Explosions, which still doesn't narrow down builds a lot, because almost every build can benefit from Rad Explosions in some significant way. Old God, like a Rad Old God would make your Rad Explosion stronger, but that isn't always the best thing, because the shield slot is highly competitive in this game. Shield slot you can use to do a lot of different things in Borderlands 3. So without getting more specific, couldn't really tell you what would be better for a setup, because there's a lot of answers to that question. For example, this build is gonna eventually use an Atom Bomb with Red Suit. But if I had a more natural way of applying radiation, then Old God would be stronger at explosions than Red Suit.
Is this thing on?
Test. Hey, Vault Hunter.
Have we got an opportunity for you?
Forgot to redeem those key codes that Randy put out. Those still active? They probably expired. Put on a new one like last week, and I was gonna use it, but...
Maurice smells blood hunger on you. Good. You will find Maurice's enemies and make them your own.
First off, gross. Second, who's hunting you?
Maurice has made enemies of powerful people.
Yeah, I think the wrong at there, Amber.
To learn the warm blood's ways, he joined a high-stakes poker game.
It happens, it's okay.
Knack for it, but
But yeah, as you guys can see, newcomers to the channel and also to maybe thinking about builds and stuff in BL3, people are very eager to help you out, and we'd all be happy to answer any questions you have.
Yeah, comrade, eat the rich.
As I mentioned, I'm a build turbo nerd. It's kind of the whole reason I play these games. I have over 7,400 hours in this game in particular, and most of that is build testing or endgame speedrunning or staring at skill trees mindlessly. But it's kind of my shit. I enjoy it a lot.
Roger that. Do we know where they are?
Hey Nico, thank you for the $10.
Profit bomb the
That's very
galaxy.
generous of you. I really appreciate that. That goes a long way. Thank you so much. Let me put your stuff. Let me actually pull up my dashboard so I can read what you put. You appreciate help to all my questions? Hey, always happy to do it. $10 goes a long way. Thank you so much. But yeah, ask away. Questions are encouraged. Something that I try to really harp on about is no one knows how things work without talking about them with others, right? Or asking questions to people who do know the answer. Like, always be receptive to well-intentioned questions about mechanics and stuff. Like, there's no such thing as a bad question if you're trying to learn more about how the game works, is the point. So don't hesitate.
You've got enemies, and I've got ammo. Y'all take care now.
Great builds links, plenty of reading to do. Yeah, there's a lot there. Your anoint would use on Stagecoach Flak. I'd say Stackbot would be the biggest thing there. Stackbot with as many beneficial stats for like Jacob's shotguns as you can manage, and Toboggan. Those would be the two big things. 3-shot fadeaway, Stackbot, Toboggan. You slide, shoot, slide, shoot, slide, shoot. Next to Max Corrosive is pretty good because it improves your armor matchup. If you can't get a Stackbot or don't have one, Bounty Hunter would be next best, especially with that next to Max Corrosive. Stackbot is 495% gun damage, and it stacks up easier the more projectiles you have. Stagecoach is 25 per target. So you can fully stack your Stackbot in 2 shots with Stagecoach. I'd also recommend an amp shield of some kind. Or if not an amp shield, then a revolter. Hey, thank you for the tier 1 as well, Nico. That's super cool of you. I appreciate it a lot. Glad to have you here. Hope you enjoy the emotes, ad reviewing, all the good stuff. Build Doc's some of the best information for each character. And if you ever have questions about anything in the build doc, I'm the author of a good chunk of the Flak doc. It was a lot of work from a lot of people over a lot of years. But I've babysat it the longest. I also I'm a contributor to the other docs as well, but I have edit permissions for the Amara and Moze docs as well, so let me know if there's anything you need clarification on. Sometimes, because the nature of being such a large project, there's stuff that does need to be updated or reworded to be a little more clear. I can do that. In particular for the Moze doc, there's like, I've wanted to do an audit in 2023 to just make sure everything's clear, and I just haven't devoted the time to doing that because sometimes I'm a lazy piece of shit. Damn. Team lazy piece of shit. Is that Pharaoh gonna kill me? No. We got biofuel. We're chilling. The Cub 2 build for Moze says use Urad as an annoyant, but why not use while Cub's active? Damage builds have an Iron Cub up the whole time. Because that annoyant, 1, it breaks on weapon swap. It is a bit bugged. But 2, the stat that annoyant gives is just gun damage, which is a stat that isn't particularly unique. We can get that stat elsewhere, meaning it's already additive with a big chunk of our damage. Whereas Urad creates a bonus element. It's not an increase to damage, it creates new damage. Gives us access to Rad Explosions, which the skill tree very much benefits. Superior Firepower, for example. giving that status damage makes very big rad explosions. And rad explosions are just good area clear. It also improves your matchup against shielded enemies, because you've got Moze's fire bonus elements for flesh. And having URAD improves your matchup against shields, which allows you to use cryo to be neutral to flesh, positive against armor, and benefit the most from superior firepower. Also, URAD is a global damage increase, meaning it applies to more than just your guns. So, like, let's say you throw grenades, URAD will benefit those too, whereas gun damage is just your guns. Maya, are you stuck? Maya, why do you suck? Okay, well, I guess we're safe quitting because Maya's stuck. Bonus also gone if I swapped another Iron Cup 150 weapon? Yes. It's one of those weird, buggy things. It'll be September already. Dude, I'm so excited for that. Just, I want it to be mid-July because I'm going on vacation, and then the day after I get back, Remnant 2 comes out. So then I'm going to play Remnant 2. And then after Remnant 2, I want to hibernate until Phantom Liberty comes out. I think after Phantom Liberty will do additional DLC, just move on to the sequel. I want to say, like, a year or two ago, they said that Phantom Liberty would be, like, their only expansion to the game. But I don't know if plans maybe change, because I'm pretty sure that was, like, before Edgerunners revived interest in the intellectual property, right? Like, Edgerunners caused the all-time peak of the game's popularity. So, surely that changed some financial decisions. Edgerunners, Quag Chad. Yeah.
Wait, I lost count.
I'm just punching here because it's slightly faster and I don't feel like dealing with Maya. I guess I had to do it anyway. Alright, Maya, you want to actually function this time? Thank you. Yeah, we gotta do Red Tree. Like, Wild Swing will just be more damage, and then eventually Shock Hammer is gonna be real good damage, but we need Close the Distance for a couple of these bosses. So, just dumping Red Tree. Several areas on the map turn you back, throw up a window saying something to the effect of, sorry, I can't explore this area yet, so I was hoping for more. I think they always had plans for, like, a lot. You know, that's one of the main criticisms of the game, right? It is super ambitious, and they couldn't pull off a lot of the stuff that they wanted to. The Mirrored Malin Heavy sound like Blue Sun Mercs. They do kind of sound like that.
Where's your mech now?
Where's my mech now? Get down here. Here's my mech. Okay. Would be surprised if they're prepping for their final game this gen release as well as 18 months before our next gen console type window. Yeah, I mean, Microsoft is like openly saying that they expect next console gen in 2028. So any games that are like in development now are likely to release in the second half of current console gen. Remember, second half starts next year.
Serving up fresh, hot death.
Because we're already 3 years into the current console gen. stuck again. Love to see more Dona Cyberpunk 2077. I would understand completely if Phantom Liberty its only expansion. Yeah, I would understand, but like, I don't want that to be the case either. So the PS5 cycle still be like the current cycle. It'll last a while before they get dropped. Same with Xbox. I hope that that gets smaller, like that overlap window gets smaller for the next gen. Reason being, like we've seen with Cyberpunk, how literally they're implementing game features that have been asked for since launch and improving the graphics in new updates. Like Phantom Liberty expansion is causing new system specs, new system requirements are being pushed. But also key things like the police AI update. Those are all things that they couldn't do while they were catering to a previous gen. But like stopping support for previous gen is allowing them to make the game better. So while I understand the necessity of pushing your games to as large an audience as possible, and, you know, new consoles are expensive. That's even ignoring the supply line issues that happened with this last console gen release. Now, sure, COVID impacted that heavily, but it's still a thing. I personally, for the long-term health of games, I would prefer if they release only on platforms that they should be releasing on. Like, even something like Borderlands 3, which came out in 2019, tail end of 2019, it shouldn't have been on PS4 or Xbox One. It shouldn't have been. The game suffered for it. Cyberpunk suffered from being on those consoles as well, and it released in 2020. I don't want to see things like that again. Console gen having a bad start is such a pity because the consoles are generally better than predecessors relevancy-wise to PC performance. Absolutely, like, they're solid consoles. Of course, Xbox has the issue of its discography being pretty shit. Xbox is only starting the console gen in 2024, and I think that's a bit of an L. Like, it's enough of an L that their CEO admitted that they're not competitive right now. I got it. Huge.
Legend speaks of the blood-drinking chupacabra in its sanguine feast.
Whole reason I got BO3 and Cyberpunk was because they were on PS4. And yeah, that was at a time where PS4 is an established console that had a good library, so I have a bunch of games on PS4 that are not exclusive to it as well, including this game. I started this game on PS4. That doesn't mean it ran well. Like, when Maliwan Takedown first came out, on PS4 you had a 50% chance of just outright crashing walking into the Valkyrie's boss fight. Like, blue screen. Game crash. Because this is more on the optimization side. Of course, the game itself could have been better in this department, but the game just wasn't right for the hardware. Better than not playing it at all. I can't argue with that. Still doesn't. Yeah. BO3 nailed with the PS5 update, made me come back to the game hundreds of hours, knee deep into it again. Love the faster loading times, constant 60 FPS. Absolutely, Nico. Those are really big indicators of it just being suited to current gen hardware. Like, current consoles run it better than my PC does. Now, this is an older PC. This was built in 2017, and no performance-related parts have been swapped out. Like, I've only replaced the PSU on this thing. It's just, I don't want to see a whole Cyberpunk thing where people's opinion of the game is colored by the release that shouldn't have happened. And this has happened before as well. I don't know if anyone remembers Black Ops 3 Borderlands 2 is another example of this, where they had to stop support as well for some of their content releases. Like Black Ops 3 never got past the first DLC, for its zombies mode, because the shit just couldn't support it. Borderlands 2 never got Commander Lilith because shit just can't support it. And as Perz is mentioning, 60 FPS is becoming a rarity on console releases. For example, Starfield, coming out later this year, is 30 FPS capped on consoles. So BL3 having the next gen update, getting 60 FPS is even more of a W.
Gonna rush 'em.
Your eyes can't process that many frames. You can see a difference up to a certain point. Now, the people who are like, man, I can't play this game if I don't have at least 120 FPS, that's a little absurd. But 60 FPS is like, you can see the visual chop when my game stutters and drops down to 30 FPS. Like, you can notice the difference between 30 and 60. The higher you go, the harder it is to notice, but it's a thing. Weird it's Xbox games that are getting capped at 30. Like, it's very strange because the Xbox can handle it. I don't know why they're doing that. Maybe to avoid accusations of unstable frame rate. Like, maybe them developing for 60 FPS makes it look worse if they can only hold a stable 45. But in a vacuum, isn't that still better than 30? I don't know the thought process. Understand 4K is a TV standard in consoles or living room machines, but 1440p is so much more efficient performance-wise. Yeah, you have no reason to do 4K right now. You have no reason to do 4K. It's just for the flex.
Just feeding the birds.
I don't know how many PlayStation games have been capped at 30. There's some that are infamously capped at 30, but oh, I think about it, those are PS4 things. Like, it's a meme that we're never gonna get Bloodborne higher than 30 FPS, lol.
Scrub.
What FPS are the God of War and Spider-Man games on PS4 and 5? I don't remember. 60? I thought there were 60 as well. I just want to confirm that. 60 for PS5, yeah. 4K, more like Flex K. Got him, Ken. You tell him. You tell him the truth. $30 on 4. I played God of War 2018 and Marvel Spider-Man on PS4, and they felt fine at 30 FPS at the time. I don't know how they would feel now, but they probably still hold up okay. I played Ragnarok on PS5 and Miles Morales on PC though, so like perception's been warped. Doubt you'll find many takers, lowly gamer. But kind of you to offer, I suppose. God of War Ragnarok has 30, 40, and 60 options. 40 option, that's based.
Get over here, dickweeds.
There's the Flamecom proc.
Free kill, multi-kill, yeah!
Spider-Man 60 everywhere. If I recall correctly, really well optimized. Yeah, that game just runs very well. Miles Morales, too. I think Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart had 1630. 40s targeted people with 120 Hz screens. Makes sense. Makes sense. If Iron Cub 150 doesn't work on weapon swap, same thing occur for action skill active. That one does work on weapon swap, if I recall correctly. However, it still loses. It loses even harder to URAD, right? It's just 100% gun damage. Like, think of it as, that's not, hey, I do double damage. It's, hey, I get 100% more in a category that I likely already have about 250 to 300%. The way you achieve more damage in builds in this game is you try to diversify your formula as much as possible. Like, think of it this way. 1 times 1 times 1 times 8 is 8, but 2 times 2 times 2 times 2 is 16. Smaller numbers, but spread out, means bigger damage. So since Moze already isn't lacking for gun damage, getting more relevant effects and different types of damage boosts and more situationally useful things is better than just going all in on one stat. It's why Zane builds don't take gun damage, because Zane is already running around with literal thousands of the stat, so like, you don't need more, you want to diversify. I think gun damage is that far behind your damage calc, utility elsewhere good. It's not that far, but it is behind, and the impact of having URAD is far bigger. Because not only does it make number go up, it also gives you Radsplosions, gives you extra dots, gives you that extra support for grenades, gives you better matchup against shielded enemies. Sentinel Active also got work to fix the work on swap. Yeah, it did. It did. Almost all of the swap interactions were fixed. It's just Iron Cub is one that wasn't. There's one other, I forget what it is. It's the auto bear ones, because their action skills start sort of. They're not like a mode check thing. It turns on when auto bear spawns, but it doesn't check for auto bear being on. That's the other major one. Sure, your ads against Skagda and Big Surplus, also no splash. Honestly, don't think it wins at all. Rad utility is the winner, no arguments there. It's a superior firepower build, Pris. So, like, just having that big rad bonus element, matters a lot. Like, this is a build-specific question, not a general Moze theory question. Obviously, if we were optimizing for, like, raw damage for, like, a boss melt, I would lean in a gun damage direction. I wouldn't go Iron Cub active, but I would still lean in a gun damage direction. How you doing, Mr. Sean? Rad also has crunchy electric gravel. Yeah, Grav Snare bonus also does not work. That's not major who uses Grav Snare. Does that one break on swap? It's interesting, because it also, it doesn't give the listed value. Grav Snare Anoint actually is the same value as the Fadeaway active Anoint, because it references it. They attempted to buff Grav Snare Anoint, and visually on the card, it shows that it was buffed. But it wasn't actually increased, because it's tied to that other Anoint. We've seen a couple cases of Anoints being tied together like that. Like formerly, Amara's Rad Anoint and Moze's Auto Bear Incendiary Anoint, those were tied together. A couple of Moze's anoints used to have other anoints baked in. Some still do. Can't believe they made accents soft. Honestly, it's ridiculous. Can't believe they took the dude who was openly bisexual in a game 11 years ago and continued his character exactly the same way. Honestly, it's just so soft. Man who spent a whole game being in a midlife crisis. I can't speak today. Didn't break out by now. Sheesh. Honestly, this human has human emotions. Redistributor. Backpack's getting a little full. I should sell off these. Don't need any of this stuff. That's cool. DLC 6 missions. We don't benefit from Revolter. We don't need Mesmer. We can't get the good stuff from DLC 6 until after the story anyway. Yeah, no, I think we're just chilling. Fame didn't fill the void left by his wife leaving him, so he stoops to porn and hosting a game show. Crap writing. How dare he try to pay his bills using the skills he has available to him. How dare. Daily reminder that sex work is work.
They might look small, but they're actually just far away. I've got bullets with your name on them. Well, wait, that came out wrong.
Sex work is work. Pay for your prawn. Sex work is work, and most of us would be bad at it. So true. So true. This kind of ties into that thing I brought up earlier about how a lot of creative types have side gigs and other things. Like you see a lot of YouTubers that are also voice actors, but you see a lot of adults entertainers who are also YouTubers or Twitch streamers. No, not me. But it's interesting. Some of them actually do interesting content. There's one that does a cooking show where he'll just interview like other adult performers while they cook some random dish. They'll talk about like the lifestyle and stuff. Johnny Sins is a vlogger. Just interesting stuff. Being an internet creative type, you tend to eventually end up doing all of it. Don't empty your cup unless you know it's overflowing and you can handle it. Yes, know your limitations. And consume all things in moderation. Quag loot or quag lust one. I don't want to lose my instant upload.
Ask about our one-click buying plan. When your trigger goes click, it's time to buy.
Skagden, Stoke the Embers, Drowning in Brass with crit damage. This is such an insane class mod formula-wise. I'm buying that.
This one item. Doctors hate it.
Well, your memes be dreams. I believe in your sex work career. Reminds me when Marcus Phoenix became a dad in Gears 4, and of course understand why. Stopped because, yeah, should mention the VA for him plays Adventure Time. Was we got to loop so hard. Yeah, he's also Bender in Futurama. He's Jake the dog in, Jake the cat. Jake the dog in Adventure Time. He's Bender in Futurama, and he's Marcus Phoenix. Apparently the fire dot I placed by walking by that guy killed him. So, Katagawa Ball is going to be interesting here. I might need to respec. I don't know if it'll fly low enough to the ground for me to actually punch it. Like, need 7 more points to close the distance. 5, 6. Like, if I level up once here, then I can respec and grab it for that fight. Like, jet troopers, these are the kinds of things that I might need to pop out a bear and grenade to deal with. Moze has some good purple comms. Does Moze have any not good comms? No. Every single Moze comm is good for something. That's not true for any other character. Not in this game, at least. Every other one has at least one dud. Moze has no duds. They are literally all bangers. Every single one. All legendary, all non-unique. They're all good for something. Moze comms, you mean Moze W's. True.
Anybody counting?
Prize and critical mass, that's blessing and commandlet. You know it, Ken. You know it. There's a bunch more than that are like questionable, that have super limited use cases. Like Elementalist is extremely questionable, but like it's got super tiny value if you squint. Nimbus is cool and fun and used to be on the tier of what I'd consider like competitive. It's not competitive anymore, but like you can force it to work and it creates some interesting gameplay loops, so like forgive it, you know. But yeah, then there's the tier of critical mass where it's just not good at anything. Commandlet, where it tries, but its purple tree is so fucked that it's just not good.
Tango spotted.
And Death Blessing is just... it's not good. Let me be kind to Death's Blessing and Death Blessing's enjoyers and just say that it's not good. Whatever you think it's doing for you, there is always a better choice. For literally anything the class mod provides, there is a better choice. Is it bad or just overhyped? Both. There's nothing it does that another class mod can't do better and more efficiently. For example, if you want a class mod that boosts Remnant and your action skill damage, you have Dragon. If you want a class mod that boosts your gun damage, you have Berserker, which will also give you instant access to your do harm stacks, which is, you know, better than everything else Berserker does. If you want a gun damage comp, you also have Driver, which is way better. And like Death's Blessing, even when you trigger the effect, you need to kill one enemy to get an effect that is weaker than the other gun damage class mods. Not Berserker, but Berserker's always on, so it's different. And like, it's time delayed, it's got a duration on it, it's just... On no level is Death's Blessing a well-designed class mod. It's just horribly inefficient. Oxy's 500 million builds from Able to run 21 is basically just Death's Blessings. And they would all be better by using a different class mod. That's just the truth. Be a lot better if the effect refreshed, or better yet, stacked. Right, you give it a stacking strategy, then like that's actually interesting, because then it starts building up momentum through the longer encounters. And it rewards you playing aggressive enough to maintain your stacks between encounters. Then it becomes interesting. But it's more work for less benefit, as it stands currently. That's it. Driver mentioned? I mean, Driver is Amara's, in terms of, like, if we're looking at clear rates in time trials, Driver is the class mod. It's just Driver is nuanced. Driver has downsides. It's one of the very few class mods that has downsides to balance out its upside, which I think makes it well designed. But if we look at Amara's class mods in general, Berserker is the one with no downsides that helps every kind of build you can possibly think of. Driver is one that helps some builds, but with a couple significant downsides. And then you have a series of increasingly niche and least specific class mods. Like, Golden Rule is insane amounts of cooldown, but you need to do very specific things to benefit. I think I mainly use Zerker, Stone, and Nimbus in most of my MR specs. Stone is a good class mod. It provides bulk without sacrifice. Stone is a good example of when it's acceptable to take something that says damage reduction on it. Because sure, it gives you that damage reduction, but it also does other things. Damage reduction and shield capacity are mitigation stats that on their own are pretty shit. But if they're on something that provides you other good effects, then they're very valuable. I think I need to grenade here. Don't, good thing they fixed it. Yeah. True. We had more risk reward class mods. I'm trying to think of all the ones we had. There's Infiltrator, Driver, to some extent Stackbot. Minesweeper. Anything else? You nuke yourself with Cold Warrior easily. I mean, yes, but that's risk, and there's really not much reward to using Cold Warrior. I don't know if I'd put it in the risk-reward category, because it's just risk. I'll consider stack bot risk reward. The only risk is losing the reward. That's fair enough. Yeah, I would agree with that. Oh. Oh yeah, this is where Respawn gets stuck. I guess I can do that. You have a dot on you. Oh, not strong enough. I have to save good anyway, but for my personal satisfaction, I wanted to kill those. Class Master and risk reward. Again, there's no risk there. Like Amber said, that's just losing reward. It certainly promotes a different gameplay loop, but like there's no risk other than not getting the reward. Whereas with Driver, Infiltrator, Minesweeper, they can be actively detrimental to you. Like, Infiltrator breaks your shield, it makes you squishier. Driver damages you, which denies you topped off, and can kill you directly. And Minesweeper can also kill you. Cold Warrior can as well, as you mentioned, but like, it doesn't really provide you enough reward for me to want to put it in the category. Like, Nimbus can do that as well. The Nimbus Cloud can kill you. It's just, I don't know if I'd consider it rewarding enough to put in this combo. And I say that as a big fan of Nimbus. Just, it's really fallen off since its glory days. Huge amount of effort to make it work, and even then, it's just like, you're using it because you don't want to use Phaserker, not because there's a real use case for Nimbus. Not enough space. There we go. Minesweeper will kill you. Yeah, less that it can kill you and more than it will kill you. Rocketeer made Iron Bear actually have a cooldown penalty. It could have been. Well, it does. It does make Iron Bear have a cooldown penalty. One of the use cases of Rocketeer is giving you better big surplus uptime because it does force your cooldown to be longer. But the thing is that that's not always a downside. In fact, because big surplus exists, it's an upside. Should maybe get a pistol SDU upgrade at some point. Merctacular. Nice. Doesn't mean Moze has so many ways of getting cooldown you don't really notice anyway. Yeah. I mean, Moze has so much cooldown that when I was bouncing ideas off of Mr. Sean for Dot Moze, there was a couple of times where he just got pissed off. Like, wait, Moze has that for cooldown? What? Because it's silly, and it's things you don't even think about. Like, Moze has an Anoint that's just Expedite. It stacks from any kill. It's just Expedite. So that alone is better than what most other characters have, But then she's also got Grizzled, which is a flat cooldown option. She's got EP, which is kind of shit, but it is still a better cooldown option than most of Amara's cooldown options, and it's shit. You've got, of course, Flame is a thing that exists. You've got Limit Break, which is 120% cooldown for 3 skill points. Like, Moze has insane cooldown options, and that's before factoring in Topped Off, and then you can get cooldown passives on Class Mod Artifact. You can wear an all-in shield, get those boosters for cooldown. Like, Moze has the most cooldown in the game. It's not close. The only one who came close was Zane with uncapped commitment. Even then, he still had less. Hey Jeremy, thank you for the Prime and the 21. Subscribe to Quack for more Splash Moze content. It's true. It's true. Moze will splash you if you sub. Bear is just better Expedite. Yeah, it's just better Expedite. And it's on Moze, so it's an anoint that nobody uses. Amara's best augment is a knockoff of a Moze anoint that nobody gives a shit about. Think about that for balance.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
I used to use it.
Subscribe to Quag for more Splash
Yeah,
Moze
you don't
content.
count. You're retired. Cool. I don't know. No, do not go ask Moze's voice actress to splash on you. That's very improper. That is not polite. Do not do that. Like, especially, she's also such a sweet person. Like, I really appreciate her as a human being. I also have signed merch from her. It's cool. That poster right there, she signed it for me. It was the highest damage potential among BL3 Vault Hunters. So, it depends a little bit on the circumstances, but if we're going, like, everything on the table, Moze. Minesweeper is theoretically infinite damage, even if you remove Minesweeper. If the metric is pulling the trigger on one gunshot, it's still Moze. Now, if you enable multi-target, then it starts getting complicated, and, like, Amara starts to enter the conversation, Zane starts to be different. But the answer, if you're answering, you know, short answer, it's Moze. Would BL3 at a VTuber and a YouTuber do VH Vault Hunter? Vault Hunter voice acting work, why you gotta get in on that? It's something I've considered. Which reminds me, yes, Nunu, I see you. I have terrible memory. Single shot Moze can output more damage than every other Vault Hunter combined, correct? Yeah, if the metric is single target, single trigger pull, yes. Moze is more damage than everyone else in the franchise combined. With only Zane and Salvador coming anywhere close. Not Minesweeper RNG? No, that's specifically without Minesweeper involved. If you allow Minesweeper in any of those theoretical things, Moze always wins. This is why I wanted a ranged Bearfist. This is doable, it's just gonna take a fucking while. I can get 2 hits in like every 10 seconds. Also not crit swapping like the BL2 BHs. Yeah. If we had Moze start crit swapping, then like it's even less close. In that theoretical model, the BL2 Vault Hunters were allowed everything they could possibly use to their advantage. And Moze is holding back. It's worth noting that Salvador, like with every exploit in the book, is relative to a BL3 Vault Hunter's damage, and that's admirable considering how much more depth the BL3 damage formula is in terms of access than BL2 damage formula. Like, Salvador is a monster, but like, he doesn't hold a candle to Zane. Not Zane, excuse me, to Moze. Like, Moze is truly built different. Moze is the most damage, Moze is the most letters in her name. Moze is the true gunner. It's funny, if you... Like, the names of the characters, not their names, but the classes in BL3 are not really indicative of, good con. Like, how they work. Like, if anything, Moze should be called the Beastmaster, or Zane should be called the Beastmaster. Zane should be called the Gunner. Siren is not indicative of a gameplay loop, because Lilith plays very differently than Maya and Amara do. Like, that doesn't tell us anything. Operative is like, I guess that fits. But like, Gunner?
This thing on? Test.
Call Moze something like Destroyer, and it's more
We
accurate.
got an opportunity for you.
Grenadier is more accurate. Calling Flak a Beastmaster is silly, because they are the smallest part of Flak's kit. Moze is a robotic Beastmaster? Holy shit, you're right. Moze wins because of BL3 formula access, not because Moze, BL3 formula, and BL2 characters would make Maya relevant to this. That's true. Flak should be the hunter. Yeah? Yeah. He also doesn't hold a candle to Zane if they're on even terms, though, no. Salvador still beats out Zane, but Salvador doesn't beat out Eraser. Like, that's the thing. And Eraser enters into this weird area of you have to get super duper theoretical. Like, for you to engineer an Eraser calc where Zane beats out either Salvador or Moze, you need to have a theoretical enemy that doesn't exist. In terms of what their health, armor, shield distribution is, them being of a certain hitbox type. Like, when you go in that levels of theoretical, then you have to kind of allow other things. Like, at that point, you can do the same thing for making Moze increase her lead. At that point, you can do multi-target shenanigans with, say, Amara or Krieg. Krieg is a really interesting study here, because Bloodsplosion is crazy. Like, normal Krieg is not competitive in this conversation at all. But as soon as he starts Bloodsploding things, like, 2 Blood Explosions puts Krieg to BL3 Vault Hunter levels of damage. But Krieg with no Blood Explosions is like, what is you doing, little bro? Hunter of damage. What is bro cooking? Immolate versus Short Fuse is studying how formula length distinguishes if double dipping is broken or not. Yeah, Immolate on Maya. Maya had shit formula access, so it was just kind of like you could make it good, but it wasn't game breaking. But Short Fuse on Moze is like, why did you do this? But it is worth noting that if you gave Short Fuse to any other character in BL3 than Moze, it would do more damage. Maybe not Amara, but maybe Amara. Amara has more splash boost than 8. Less potential access to gun damage, but she could burn both ends to boost Short Fuse. I think Amara too. Yeah, like double dipping burn both ends on Short Fuse would be kind of crazy. Yeah, so Moze does the least with Short Fuse out of any of the Vault Hunters in her game. I think Salvador would also do more with Short Fuse. But he doesn't have Short Fuse and Moze does, so... Don't bug out, Tyrone. Come back here and here burn both on Short Fuse. It's just a theoretical thing.
Check out that body count.
No, I'm not supposed to be here. I autopiloted to Electricity. Oopsie. Need to go in there. This Short Fuse.
You're gonna die.
Yeah, that'd be a thing. Where am I going? What am I doing? That could just be gross, double dipping V1 and a hidden machine. Yeah. And Zane would also be double dipping V1 because remember, Cook a combo is a thing that exists, and Zane has the most fire rate. So he could force the most V1 onto Short Fuse outside of Moze with a flare or Black with Black skill tree. So he would have more V1 for it than Amara would. That's my point. Remind me why Moze wants Amara, it's not the other way around. Because Moze is relatable and as horny as the rest of us. Hey, Irish, thank you for the 15 months with the streak. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Theoretical talk about their Vault Hunter said Short Fuse? Yeah.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. You look like
Quag Chad Quag Jiglin Quag Keck Quag Shy Quag Check Quag Scuffed Quag SIR Quag Rewarding Quag Hug Quag AAA Quag Pride Quag Bonk Quag Cozy Quag Ayaya Quag Wave Quag What Quag Hype Quag Aim Quag Sire Quag Graph Quag Sad Quag Mad Quag HMM Quag Fine Quag Cryo Quag Sip
He's
Quag
spitting.
Noted Quag No You Quag JAM Quag Wicked Quag Quag Cat Quag Pog Quag Pika Quag Collar.
Love it. Exceptional resub message. That was enjoyable. Need to play Times Corresponds Blood Explosion Krieg? Yeah, that would go very hard. Quack. Conductor directly applied to Short Fuse. As Priz said, the same way Green Monster does, or URAD does, you know, Skagden, Surplus, so obviously impactful, but not a double dip. Just, you'd be getting it on 2 different things. And that could be big. But I think Infiltrator would be the biggest thing for potential short fuse, if I had to guess. Although, you know, if an eraser projectile, no, because like theoretical calc, we wouldn't go Hustler. We just naturally hit the crit spot and then get the eraser projectile. And this is one of the examples of why you have to get really disingenuous with optimal eraser calc, because it would have to be a theoretical enemy that you hit with all of this front-loaded damage that takes so little damage from that initial hit that it doesn't go below the 150/90 threshold, most likely. Because that's most likely the unit we would be running for this theoretical calc. So it's like, you'd have to have an enemy that is the correct health bar type for the weapon you're using, that doesn't take more than 9% of its HP from an instance of damage that is likely in the hundreds of billions. It's like, bro, what? At that point, you are talking functionally infinite amounts of damage, at which point Minesweeper comes back in and slaps everyone else back down to reality. Or you're talking highly impractical scenarios, at which point you can start bringing in things like, okay, what if Amara killed an enemy, got a remnant, that then got a hollow point? Like, how monstrous Minesweeper is here, but everyone just ignores it on Moze builds for other shit, because it's hard to use. And that's why I think it's well designed, despite its insane level of power, because it is not free. It is the most damaging thing in the entirety of this entire game across all characters. Doesn't even require a lot of investment to get to that point damage-wise, but it can kill you, and it will kill you if you do not give it a lot of respect. And I think that's why Minesweeper is well designed. Because it is power at a price. It is the ideal example of power at a price. Which is not something Borderlands players are prepared for, so they don't use it. Mass Effect 2 Kane moment, yeah. Mara's crazy scenario is probably something like throw a fish, which static charges that ties the final linked enemy. That linked enemy dies, spawns a remnant orb, which crits a fourth enemy and hollow points a fifth. And that's in the trillions of damage easily, if not quadrillions. No, that's definitely in... because remnant on its own was hitting quadrillion, right? So, that's unquantifiable levels of damage. Like, I don't even know what number of digits we would go on that sort of thing. Probably in the quintillions, yeah. If not higher, honestly. It's insane amounts of damage. Which is why it's disingenuous to say, like, Amara does the least damage, because, like, sure, if you're going something as restrictive as one trigger pull against a single target, but that's just not how the character's designed. Hey, Reactor, thank you so much for the 8 months. I appreciate it a lot. I hate ads. Yo, me too. And coming out of a drop pod and seeing some giant mech turn your friends to chunks with a punch. Also, it's just inexplicably setting things on fire by walking by. Wait, is this just Attack on Titan? This is just Attack on Titan.
I hate ads.
Thank you so much, Reactor. Ember's Blaze Iron Bear is just Attack on Titan. Cool. Attack on Titan is just a mecha with ex-convicts. You're not wrong. Right side of mental and physical misery reigned a lot today. Well, I recognize and understand the rain depresso, but tell your brain it's being mean. I have a strongly worded letter to your brain. Now I'm hearing this. Every Vault Hunter is theoretically capable of infinite damage. There's only a handful of them that can have it practically. There are some that aren't capable of infinite, even in theory, like Flak. And technically Zane can't do it either, because Eraser can't trigger Eraser. Zane can just get really, really high, and Flak has a lower damage ceiling than all three of the others, but Flak has practically applicable damage, which is more than high enough for anything that's in the game. So it's interesting how the character rankings change damage potential depending on like how healthy the enemies are, how many of them there are. Like, you add enough enemies and you get to the point where only Amara and Krieg are able to compete with Moze. And even then, they're not actually competing, because Moze can actually infinitely increase with Minesweeper. But if you were to go, say, non-Minesweeper with an infinite number of enemies, then you're looking at Amara and Krieg being the only ones that are relevant. Because even with something like Zane, you eventually hit a point where you're not getting any more Eraser. So he just stops doing damage. Black is comparatively straightforward in how they deal damage. Same thing with Salvador. Will he come down here? That's the question. I don't remember how this fight works. Unintentionally remembered lowest point mental physical health is from 2.5 years ago. Spiraled me back and saved lots of emotions. Makes me physically unwell. I can relate to that. But look at it this way. Thora, you are cognizant of that happening. That means you are steps ahead of where you were when that originally happened. That is progress. Do not sell yourself short. This dude's so fucking annoying. Bro. I fucking hate you. Toughest fight for Bearfist Moze. It's just because like, I still don't have Close the Distance. I really should have invested in that first. I just didn't. Failed HP and Zane is the MR problem with single targets. Yeah.
Here we go.
Well, we're doing this. You're the real one, but I don't have my cooldown right now, so. The real one? No. Oh, you? No? Okay. Is it you?
Wrong.
No. I'm not trying to kill you with that. He has so little health that you just It's actively difficult to not one-shot this boss by accident. Like, he almost died to just my shield aura there. I could actually AFK and kill him. What a meme of a boss.
Zero tech.
Stupid zero tech.
Zenara destroyed. No more parties. Just cold space.
Loot chest event! Hooray! Now your viewers can win a copy of his sweet-ass loot.
Chest sucks, so I'm not waiting. Sorry for anyone who wanted the direct chest event. Why do I need Minesweeper levels of damage when I can Rocketeer and clear stuff without breaking the sweat? Yeah, it's... In terms of practical levels of damage, you just don't need the stuff like that. Same reason, if we equate this to BL2, you don't need to do, like, the pimp having shit for anything in the game, including OP10 raid bosses. It's just something you can do.
You don't want to miss it. A fair price.
Like, even Salvador without pimp having is, like, enough damage to do that content still. It's just you require content that's so massively divorced from, like, how everything else in the game is scaled for things to have enough HP for you to need to do that interaction, or not even need, for you to significantly benefit from doing that interaction. Like, the tech using that Ellie crit anoint to detonate Unleash the Dragon Dots in this game, you need, like, a True Trials boss level of HP for the enemy to live long enough for you to detonate it and benefit with an overall increase in time to kill, or decrease in time to kill, rather, excuse me. Otherwise, they die before you can detonate, or they die at a comparable speed to you just letting the dot tick. Red chests just kind of suck in this game. They can be good, but, like, a lot of times, yeah. It's very weird to me that vendors are infinitely more efficient and profitable than chests. Got a last plate, I remember I was on Moze, and one of the first vendor legendaries was Boomsicle. That's insanely lucky. There's a boss that's higher chance to drop class mods, so there is someone for artifacts, farm for Victory Rush right now. So there's not a boss that is just higher chances to drop class mods in general. There's, like, bosses that drop specific class mods. But if you want just artifacts in general, if you complete the bonus objectives of a Proving Ground, like all bonus objectives, you, the chest at the end is guaranteed to have legendaries. And what's unique about that chest is it's weighted to be much more likely to give you artifacts or class mods. Now, this is still base game world drops, so obviously you don't get DLC class mods or things like the Mayhem 4 class mods that are specifically sourced. But if you wanted something like a Rocketeer, Blastmaster, Phaserker, Bounty Hunter, Executor, Infiltrator, you know, the base game ones, or if you wanted artifacts, such as an Auto-Idol, Victory Rush, things like that, then Proving Ground chests would be optimal. And many of the Proving Grounds bosses have high-profile class mods attached to them as their dedicated drops, so you can figure out which one you can clear fastest, where the boss maybe drops something that's relevant to you, and you can clear that on repeat. But this does mean that the most efficient artifact farm in the game is to do Trial of Supremacy speedruns. Because, you know, if you're a world record speedrunner of that content, you can do a full run in a minute and a half. a minute and a half for a chance at 4 artifacts from the chest. Pretty good.
Just feeding the birds.
Yeah, Grave Ward with Schluter isn't bad either. Minute and a half. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Supremacy record across all characters is 1:26. 1 minute 26 seconds. Obviously that's not consistent because spawn RNG. Player execution. Yeah, it's 1:26. Thank you, Super. And it's worth noting that when it comes to farming trials, some people will tell you to farm true trials. Don't. They're never more efficient. Even if you are a world record speedrunner able to hit the record and match it every single run, it's less efficient than doing the other source in all cases. Like you're farming Monarchs, for example, just farm Kilovolt. You can do a full Kilovolt run in 10 seconds. And you have a 16.5% chance for a Monarch every kill. Sure, Trial Supremacy. You get a 50% chance. I think there's 2 independent 50% chances to get a Monarch. But assuming you could kill that boss in 10 seconds, which requires a lot of damage and good AI, you still have to factor in the fact that you have to do, at absolute minimum, another minute 16 of mobbing. It's just not more efficient. Yeah, Supremacy's the Sarah, as Trade Secret said. If you ever want to see any of those world record runs I mentioned, the Time Trials board has links to all the runs. You can see exactly, and we require the players show their loadout in the recording, either at the beginning or the end, so you can see exactly what they're using. And it's also worth noting that those are restriction runs. Time Trials has rules, so there are certain things we don't allow. You can speed up the farm in a couple ways. Like, obviously, if Speed Demon or Big Kick Energy were allowed, then, like, farm times would be even faster. Fucking hate vehicle sections. Like, it's not a they get terrible in Mayhem issue because we're level fucking 20. We're over-leveled for this. Outside of Mayhem mode, and it's still awful.
I'm on a freaking roll!
Open sucks. I like the mobbing after the vehicle section. Neon Arterial's second half is pretty cool map design. It's just the vehicle parts suck. I agree with using licensed music as lazy in video games depending on context. Yeah, I hate it. Especially as a creator, I hate it. Because one of the upsides of this game, one of the highlights for me, is vibing out to the soundtrack as I play. Can't do that here because I'm streaming. Rampager might be my least favorite vault monster ever. It's definitely a fight that is so slow it takes you out of it. Boss spends a large part of time just out of your reach. It's not particularly fun.
Hell yeah! Whoa!
The only True Trials boss I haven't beaten is Amara. It's the Hag of Fervor. Well, it's the tankiest one, so that's the one most people struggle with.
Look what we have
Grasshopper.
here.
There's specific instances I'm okay with it, but 99% of the time in game I want actual original stuff. Agreed. Agreed, Austin. Once so tilted after finishing the driving mission goes back to Devil's Razor. While underleveled by 5 or so, and I spent 10 minutes punching the car until it fell off a cliff. Yeah. Fortunately, the Devil's Razor one, or the, you know, the Vaughn one, whatever map that goes back to, that is Devil's Razor, right? That one's skippable. Sort of more of a shortening than skipping, but like if you get in your own vehicle and then drive to the end, you can then respawn Vaughn's vehicle at the end of the map and bypass having to use it. Now, vehicle scaling and stuff still sucks because they can still destroy you while you're doing that in your own car, but it's at least less awful. Using a Schluter take away the potential dedicated drops? No. Dedicated drops and world drops do not talk to each other at all. Getting one does not mean you missed out on the other, or vice versa. They're completely independent. Yeah, now that we have Wild Swing, our damage is pretty crazy. Are you gonna open this? No? You suck. Since I put on the Schluter, Victory Rush hasn't dropped. Schluter, if anything, would increase your chances because your chances of getting a world drop Vic Rush go up. So it's just you happen to be hitting a dry spell on the Deady source and you're not getting lucky with the world drops. Kind of offended that that badass survived a punch.
That's just what I do.
Keep in mind, chat, that this is with me using a class mod that intentionally nerfs me. My Flame is a save-edited one that's got 0 skills and 0 passives. It is just the Flame Comms effect. I'm effectively not using a class mod here. Think of this as I am using my Flame to get my cooldown back, and then unequipping my class mod. That is what functionally the damage output here is. And still one-clicking things. And keep in mind that class mod is the most impactful slot for increasing your damage in this game. Between class mod and artifact. For the purposes of Iron Bear, it's class mod. Let me not get hit by the train this time. Hey Don, how are you? Surely getting hit by the train in Iron Bear wouldn't actually kill me, right? Logically. Nah, I totally would.
Just feeding the birds.
It's a train. Please test. I know it would kill me, but like I'm thinking like logically. Although applying logic to like physics and stuff in Borderlands is maybe really stupid. Maya helped for once. Amazing. Train kills Ironbreak, we have train as action skill. Those are the rules of nature. Still can't believe killed you on flak. Yeah, I'm kind of stupid. Oh, I was trying to proc flame, but Moze does enough damage to this level 14 fucking Vladoff pistol killed. This map design's pretty peak. This Cathedral Twin Gods, Mouthpieces place. Yeah, like those are just really solid maps. It's just further proof, and I talk about this a lot, guest. Borderlands map designers really know what the fuck they're doing. Like, they are really, really good at what they do, and have been throughout the games. It's just anytime they're forced to account for vehicles, their work is forced to suffer. Some of my favorite maps across the entirety of Borderlands are maps that vehicles just aren't even a factor. Think about the takedowns, think about Digipeak, Heroes Pass, Bloodshot Strongholds. Like, those are all maps without vehicles. Electricity. Ultraviolet. Why are you running a Leech? Because I have Iron Bear Anoint. Leech is a quest reward that can be anointed, so as soon as you get to Sanctuary, you can just save quit Earl until he has an anointed Leech with what you want. And Leech does not cost much Iridium, so you can just have that. Opportunity, excuse me, is another good mobbing map. Really good mobbing map. No vehicles. I could seriously gush about Borderlands map design for an entire stream. I think that the map designers at Gearbox are incredibly underappreciated, and they have pushed out consistent bangers for over a decade. It's just vehicles. Get rid of those. All of Wonderlands? Yeah, Wonderland's map design goes crazy. No need for vehicles, and we can snowdrift crater EMP5. And to the credit of Wonderland's maps that are still very big by, you know, on foot standards, they're balanced around, you know, it doesn't take forever to get anywhere, but they account for you having movement tech options to make travel bearable. Can I get flame procs off of those? No shot, right? No. That's fine. Like any TPS maps? There were a couple that were misses for me that were like too big, and those were vehicle maps. But I really appreciate TPS introducing some more verticality into the map design. It's an underrated component of good map design. Like, instead of going just flat terrain the whole time, things stacked on top of each other can really enhance combat, especially when you have advanced movement like TPS does. So I enjoyed that aspect in many areas of TPS. It's a good question, people. Just like with Scourge. I'll be mad at all if there are no vehicles when BO4 comes out. I highly doubt that they'll do that, but like, since every hardcore player doesn't want vehicles, I hope they at least minimize it. Like, they're fine one time in a casual playthrough if the set piece has enough spectacle to it, and it can be fun to troll your friends in vehicles. Sure, I get it. Also, it's something some people have come to associate with the IP since they were there since the first one, and it's, you know, the whole Mad Max vibes. I get it. I get why people like them, but in practice, they don't work. Rampager, you piece of shit. I forgot how long you do this. Heckle was great, yeah. Gonna get like 10 escort quests where you're kicked to the slowest vehicle. Please no. Hey, Rocketeer. I guess we pick up this dude. 10 kills now without a drop. Unfortunately, that is the nature of the beast when it comes to chance-based dedicated drop farming systems. Probability math is fun and cursed in that getting even let's say a 50% chance drop, it's not, hey, you get one every 2 runs. It's every run, it's a coin flip. And that matters.
You found a big fat loot chest! Bravo! As an added bonus, now you have a chance of getting a copy of your loot!
What you're saying is you want vehicle skill trees and more vehicle boss fights. Absolutely, Reactor. I also want the, I want to have to farm my vehicle skills. Like, I want to have to save quit RNG spawn enemies, so that they have a chance of dropping a currency that I can use to go to a vendor that has a chance of having a vehicle skill that has a chance of working for vehicle combat. Yeah, that's what I want. You're about to hire this man right now.
Even Iron Bear can't punch through this stuff.
But no, you guys just don't understand. If you don't, if that doesn't sound good to you, then like, you know, this just isn't your kind of game. Like, you want to actually use items? No. Players shouldn't be able to get things within hundreds of hours. It just shouldn't be possible. Which AAA title am I talking about right now? Which discourse am I poking fun at? Need to farm a multi-tap soon. Yeah, multi-tap's a great gun. Another underrated one. Wasn't great when it first came out, but they buffed it, and now it's a monster. D4, hey, you guys know. For anyone who's not in the know about that, oh, I didn't get the fast interact. Basically, there's a handful of items in Diablo 4 that only drop for level 85 plus. Cap is 100, and it takes a casual player hundreds of hours to get to level 85. They only start dropping at that point, and they have a drop rate so low that the devs had to confirm the existence of the items on Twitter, because people could not verify confirmed cases of the items existing. It was an urban legend until the devs were like, they exist, and they're dropping as intended. So it started this whole discourse on some people accurately being like, hey, if the items are there, and we can't be sure they exist, shouldn't they maybe be increased so players can actually start using them? And then that prompted this whole other backlash of people being like, no, that's too casual. People shouldn't have these items in hundreds of hours. It's not that kind of game. It gives it value if you never see it. It's like, bro, that's what trophies are for. If you want a trophy system, then cool. I'm totally cool with that. You know, a cosmetic you put on your fucking wall or something. Cool, valid, I understand. But we're talking in a game where the only content is level grinding and build crafting as you level grind, where you gave some unique items, unique effects for build crafting that are some of the most desirable effects in the game. Like, one of them is a helmet that literally gives you +4 in every skill. You can only invest 5 in a skill. So it'd be like if a BL3 class mod had +4 to everything in your skill tree. And people are like, no, the drop rate needs to be low. It's like, why give an item an effect if you're not supposed to use it? If it's there for build crafting, people should be able to reasonably get it without spending tens of thousands of hours. But, like, there's this whole gatekeeping over if people want an item to actually have a drop rate where it exists, they get gate kept and called not hardcore enough. It's just... And the discourse spilled over into Borderlands community Twitter, and I fucking love K6. My boy K6, always with the base takes. He pointed out that, like, sure, the Cobra is an example of an item like that, but guess what? No one cares about the Cobra because it's shit. It's not there to be used, because it sucks. So that's different than you're talking high-end items that people want to use. You just never see. It's not like there's some sort of skill-based requirement to obtain them. It's just, you have to grind for hundreds of hours to get to the point where they have a chance to drop, and then you have to get lucky. So I like the Cobra being bad. It's trophy item, not integral for any build, so I can enjoy its rareness. Exactly, Vocal. That was the point K6 was making. Like, people don't mind the Cobra thing because it's bad. You don't use it. You just get it to be like, hey, look at the farm I did. I'll see Twister and Ogre. Twister and Ogre are good items, locked behind RNG associated with an enemy no one wants to fight, and the worst arena in all of Borderlands, respectively. Guessing this is Diablo 4? Yeah, Jacqueline. Game clearly needs a journey mode like Terraria. Yeah, D4 needs some kind of content. How's the playthrough gone? It's gone well so far. Looter shooters are just a Stockholm Syndrome medical test. Yeah. I did 6 hours of Twister farming for the hunt. That's fun. You know what else is fun? Every single hunt has ended in either someone being stuck tubby farming or someone stuck arms race farming. And those people have definitely had fun during that time, right? They were enjoying themselves, right? Tide of Terror was Shaw community relevant and hell to farm. Yeah, no one's ever gonna fucking farm that. Smoke gets PTSD if you even mention the Bearcat. Probably happens if you mention, which one was Deceptic stuck on in the last hunt? Was it Flame or Spy? You know, one of those. Well, I actually love arms race. I do too, but farming arms race is not fun. I really enjoy the gameplay, but farming it sucks. How you doing, Foster? Good to see you. Do I have to save quit here? I think I have to. Alright, don't hard lock. Don't all BL3 runners have arms race calm nightmares? Yep. You know what I find funny was the clip of Asmund Gold watching like a Destiny 2 video without having any context. New things added, Battle Pass, Season Pass lets you take like a pattern for Evan from gun closer to craft a weapon. Everyone's complaining about it yet. Literally, devs are only putting it in for past season, put it in Mirren for free in future seasons. Well, that's a particular creator who you can't expect to have a good take on anything. So that doesn't surprise me. Seen the kick news? I haven't. Fill me in, Vocal. People talk about items being unnecessary, so it's okay. They're trophy items, even though they're really good, and I'd get that if it were an MMO, but it's not. It has some MMO elements, but it's hard. D4 is still a single-player game. It's not even just the question of if it's single or multiplayer. It is a build-crafting-based game. ARPGs are build-crafting games. And Diablo is not new. Diablo is a 26-year-old intellectual property. And in previous games, items were attainable. Now, maybe this is their desire to spit in the face of Diablo 3 in every possible way, where items were outright reasonable to obtain by just doing the opposite of that. But I don't know, man. It wasn't that ridiculous in D2, wasn't that ridiculous in D3. And the only people who think it's okay in D4 are, like, loot system apologists. D3 is way better? I so agree, Tropicana. I think we're in the minority, though. I truly think we're in the minority. I was thinking more for the being a shitty human being reasons, Austin, than the weird gamer bro takes on WoW, but sure, yeah, that too. Really like Eden 6. It's a pretty planet. Not very visually like distinct. The maps kind of blend together, and the pacing really falls off here. But the planet itself, like, if we didn't have to do the... As much as I like Clay, the whole Clay story arc, I think the pacing on this would be way tighter. Hi, Jake. You're a good cat. How about the legendary radiant guns in BL1? I know of them, Reactor, but not in depth. Feel free to fill me in. Also prefer D3 over 4? Based, people. Just me, your overall opinion of D4 dropping every time. I have no interest in the game's curious your opinion. Well, I burnt out on it in a week. Now, it's true that the way I consume games is different from the way your average consumer consumes games. I play to burnout a lot of the time. and that's perfectly valid. I consumed a lot of the content in that game faster than a lot of people would. Still, I didn't go as hard as the people going hardest on the game, so I feel like that's relevant. But, like, it's one of those games where once you've done everything once, there is nothing to do. And in terms of design choices, initially I praised that it was reasonable to build craft because obtaining items wasn't that difficult, but that proved to not hold up with how they've designed the drop rates for endgame items. And it's just, there's no content. There's nothing to fucking do in that game. So it's an online-only game with items you can't reasonably obtain that has no repeatable content worth mentioning. And an obnoxious fucking fan base. So, yeah. That's how I feel about that one. At least you've heard of them, stupidly rare. Right. Like BO3 and 6 takes a long time to finish missions. Yeah, the pacing really is not fantastic in this part of the story. Stop jumping up here. Here. Port. Blanket port. Yes, sir. Good boy. No deaths. On top of resetting yourself like duty in D3 every season. I'm not opposed to the concept of seasons as implemented in D3, but here's the thing that D4 doesn't have that D3 did. Rifts. What was the biggest highlight of seasons in D3? It was people pushing rifts with the seasonal gimmick. People wanted to be the first to get a high GR for like whatever set was relevant that season. People wanted to just farm XP on high GRs as they push to you know, define the meta for that season. Diablo 4 does not have rifts. It doesn't have an endgame. It's just level character and chase items infinitely. That's it. Interested? Yeah, let me see this. So unavoidable sponsored gambling content on that platform. Yeah, that's about what I expected from Kick. Pat? The class mod? A modified flame. I gave myself an intentionally nerfed flame. This has no beneficial skills, no beneficial passives, no passives or skills at all. This is just for the effect, so think of this as I am running without a class mod, but functionally what I'm doing is equipping a flame to get my bear cooldown back, and then mobbing. This is the same as that, except I don't have to actually switch my class mod for every Iron Bear activation. So functionally, I'm not using a class mod. First character couldn't even make to 70 before I was like, maybe another character will renew my enjoyment. So far, it's not. Yeah, I got my rogue to 70 and was already burning out. So I was like, let me try druid. I don't like druid. It's like, let me try sorcerer. And I like it more, but not enough to play through all of that leveling monotony again. And then, like, there's nothing after the leveling. There's just nothing to do. It's a Diablo game with no replayability, and that's really fucking weird. Because, like, the formula of, hey, build craft as you level worked really well in Diablo 2, to the point where that's why Borderlands 2 has its playthrough model, because it's just a copy of how D2 works. It's the same exact thing. Finish playthrough, unlock harder playthrough, build craft through harder playthrough, unlock harder playthrough, build craft through that. It's the same thing. That's why BL2 works, because it's just Diablo 2 in a different font. But Diablo 4, in trying to be a Diablo 2 sequel, without the things that made Diablo 2 good, just kind of drops the ball. Legendary Iridian guns can only draw from the elemental lance enemies if they happen to spawn with an Iridian gun, and then roll the legendary part, or from lance chance similar to pearls, but again with the layered RNG. Wow. That sounds fun. They could have capped the game at 50 instead of 100, just gone Paragon points beyond 50 the way they did in D3. They could have, but I think they structured that game while being fully aware of the fact that it doesn't have actual content. It is just leveling and chasing items you will never actually get a drop of. It is all stick and no carrot. We'll start a drinking game every time Quag blames a Borderlands thing on Diablo. You wouldn't survive. See, for a long time, Borderlands taking heavy inspiration and just completely lifting a system from Diablo was a good thing. And there are some problems they could solve by just looking at Diablo again. But now, after D4, I don't know if I want them to do that as much. Yeah, Remnant 2 is going to be hype. We are less than a month from Remnant 2, chat. Less than a month. On Remnant 2 launch day, not early access, but on launch day, the plan is currently me, Prismatic, and Lazy will be playing co-op. Lazy and I will both be live. Exactly 90 days from Phantom Liberty. That makes me so happy. Silksong doesn't exist. True. And I recently Remnant 2 is not confirmed crossplay for launch. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me, honestly. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. I would like crossplay, but I can't say I'm shocked, you know? A little fun fact, you can finish the People and Furious side quest early by killing Papules in the car. Yeah, you can. That's a fun one. I was thinking to fund our melee weapons, we're gonna need to chase boss alt kills. Ooh, that'll be fun. What 2023 release, if you guys had to pick one, are you most excited for? Some stuff that's still to come out this year. We got Cyberpunk Phantom Liberty. We've got Marvel Spider-Man 2. Got Remnant 2. Bunch of stuff I probably forgot about. Starfield. Talos Principle 2. Not my kind of game, but it does look cool. Seeing Payday 3 sounded really good off early playtests, content creators have said. That's cool. I know Payday 2 is a very beloved game. I think RE4 was the peak for me. RE4 was a fantastic release. I think my game of the year has got to be between RE4, Remnant 2, and Spider-Man 2. I don't think I care enough about anything else. 8 Heist on launch is quite a bit for 40 bucks. For 40 bucks. 40 bucks price point. That's... I would have expected they'd go with the AAA, but oh, that's awesome. That's value. Hades 2, you know, if we get news ever, I fully expect Hades 2 is going to be pushed to like mid-2024. We haven't heard anything, and it's July almost. But that just means Hades 2 will be my 2024 game of the year, so it's fine. Would be shocked if it was Final Fantasy 16. I have heard a lot of good things, and it's the first Final Fantasy that's gotten me interested, so like, there's that. Spidey 2 also looks great. I'm really excited for that. Yeah, like that's just gonna be so cool. Big releases this year have already come. Yeah, RE4 was the one I put the most energy towards, and then like Remnant 2 and Spider-Man. Yeah, those are my big 3 this year. Starfield is something that I will say I wasn't immediately interested in, but after watching all that, you know, the big info dump they did, I am interested in Starfield now. Not like hugely invested, but I'm definitely gonna pick it up and play it. Hyper Lightbreaker is something I'm anticipating outside of the AA Triple A space. Oh yeah, when does that Prince of Persia game come out? It actually looked pretty cool. And then that Phantom Blade Zero game looked cool. They announced Metal Gear Solid 3 Remake, but I expect that to be 2024. I don't remember what date they actually said. Oh, Alan Wake 2 is this year. I forgot Alan Wake 2. I'm actually really excited for that as well. Dead Space Remake was this year. That was good. New Prince of Persia game? Yeah, they're doing a new side-scroller Prince of Persia game. There's a trailer out there somewhere, but it actually looks pretty cool. Dead Space 2 Remake is very much likely. Now, Dead Space 2 is one of my favorite survival horror games, and a Dead Space 2 Remake would be incredible. Like, a Dead Space 2 Remake with the quality of the Dead Space 1 Remake would be incredible.
You'll remember my name, which is...
Armored Core 6 I'm really looking forward to, and Baldur's Gate 3 out of early access will be my time. Yeah, I've kept myself completely in the dark, well, like 90% in the dark about Baldur's Gate 3 until it's like full release. I'll be playing that too. I might unironically go Selfless Vengeance. Sorry, Pris. Here wasn't Tech Hell, it'd be legendary. Yeah. Spiritual successor to Jet Set Radio by the people who made Lethal League and featuring a Jet Set composer. Neat. Excited for Armored Core. Do I have time to play it? No. Still hyped. The game's backlog. It always grows. Eyeball scene was yucky. Yeah, the thing about Dead Space 2 is it managed to inhabit this space where horror games were really actionizing at the time, right? But Dead Space 2 managed to still be scary. Very actiony, but actually fucking, like... Ugh. That game fucked me up when it first came out. Your mom's gonna hate it. That was the actual tagline they used for marketing. Like, Dead Space 2 came out at a time where, for example, Resident Evil 5 is where Resident Evil was going. That was the least horror that franchise has ever been. Between 5 and 6. And Dead Space 2 managed to still be a horror game. I thought that was really cool. Really special. Heard good things about Dead Space Remake. Yeah, I've heard good things as well. Very well received.
Hell yeah!
Ooh, Lieutenant. Josie. Legendaries for me. My game is, chugging along. It's struggling a little bit. Fact, you're never safe is a great thing with Dead Space Remake, for sure. Preserves the tension. Baldur's Gate 3 gives me half the engagement Divinity Original Sin 2 did. Be totally hooked for too long. Baldur's Gate 2 is one of the best RPGs ever made. So they have a lot to live up to. IP-wise. Tried Wonderlands yesterday, my 1050 Ti was just suffering. Wonderlands is a bit better optimized than BL3, in my personal experience. But it can still sometimes be a hassle. I think that's... This feeds into the conversation we had earlier, Random Gamer, about I think would like for future console gens for them to be a little more discerning about which consoles they release which thing on, because that'll allow them to make better optimized versions of their games. Like, Wonderlands being on PS4 is just kind of funny. You know? Running 1440p is hovering around 30. I run much more modest settings, so yeah. I have a 1070, and it runs better than BL3 for me, but that could just be my setup thing. Do I have to go around to the other spot? Where's the spot I can stand? I can't just do that. Ever get your new PC? It's something that I've been watching prices like a hawk and trying to not empty my bank account. Because I want a future-proof, because, you know, this is also my income. But attempting to future-proof to a degree that I'm okay with, while also not making a financially irresponsible decision is a little complicated. But I have the money set aside, it's just something I haven't pulled the trigger on yet. Be able to run Wonderlands on a 1080? Absolutely. I have a 1070, so yes, absolutely. Entire jet just doesn't seem future-proof even without considering funds. Yeah. It is an upgrade I've been putting off for the last 2 years. Just because it hasn't seemed like the right time.
Suck on this!
PS4 turns 10 years old this year. Yeah. Yeah. It's... Like, think about it this way. BL3 came out in the 6th year of the PS4, and it was a terrible port. We're 3 years into current console gen, with much better consoles, but we're halfway to that mark. Like, what happens when we get to the 5-year mark, and then, like, what's possible has advanced so much, and then it comes out on consoles that it still shouldn't be on. Like, I just don't want that to happen again, you know? And I especially don't want the Cyberpunk situation where they can make the game better, they're just limited by it being on platforms it shouldn't be on. That's the main thing for me. There's so much of the heat for Cyberpunk, and this has been validated by, there's a Cyberpunk challenge run YouTuber that I occasionally watch. He did a run where he downpatched the PC version of the game to 1.0.5, which is like day 3 or something, and it ran fine. Like, not too many bugs, not too many crashes, just pretty stable and just fine in general. Way better than how people pretended the game was. But it's because people saw all the reviews and stuff of the PS4 fucking version, and that version was so bad that Sony pulled it from the store. You can't buy it anymore. Should never have existed. If you want to upgrade, but cash is lean, I don't want to risk Intel on my dual boot. Yeah, totally understandable. But I'm pulling the trigger on Black Friday, Cyber Monday. Maybe reductions on your choice GPU. Yeah, that's something I'll definitely be keeping an eye out for. Like, I was irresponsible this past Cyber Monday, and I was doing stuff with the family, so I didn't check the deals. I definitely don't want to miss out on that this year. That's really need to start releasing on old gens, holding back. Like, devil's advocate on that one, Jeremy. With this console gen, shortages were insane because regular supply line issues with new consoles, but then also the COVID issues, which is something that the games industry has never had to navigate before. And then there's also the crypto-related things. It was just a unique set of circumstances. So, like, I understand why we kept getting releases on the old consoles. But, like, now that those have been navigated, I don't want to see it happen again, you know? And then, of course, consoles are expensive. Not everyone is willing to drop, you know, $500,000 every 5 years, 6 years, if they don't have to. And even if they do have to, they're likely to just not. It's cheaper than doing PC upgrades, but if you have a good gaming PC, it's more likely to be future-proof than a console. Until this console gen, I would say that's true. This console gen, the consoles are actually really good, though, so I don't know if that's still true. Hey, Stagecoach. I'll hang out so you guys can roll on that. Irresponsible Quag hanging out with family. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'll do better. Current patch Cyberpunk runs a consistent 30 on Steam Deck. That's pretty good. PC upgrades can also be staggered, easier to stomach. That's true. True. Evan, you're catting loudly. Come here. I think it's beyond time to stop supporting the Xbox One. Oh yeah, it's long past time. Are games still releasing on Xbox One, PS4? Chat, have they finally stopped, or is that still happening? Some are? Yeah, that's gotta... Most are very low specs. It makes sense. Like I said, 3 years into this current cycle, it's time to let him go. Yeah. Like 3 years into current gen and previous gen consoles have been behind for the last 4 years. Like, there's some overlap there where it's reasonable, and we're past that point, in my opinion, anyway. Last time I tried to boot up my PS4, neither of my controllers would work. I don't know if my PS4 even still works. It's right over there. It's probably in frame next to where Jake is. But I haven't tried to boot it in like the last 2 years.
This thing on? Test, test. Hey, Vault Hunter, have we got an opportunity for you?
You don't want to miss it!
Cat, do you need more water?
I've got bullets with your name on them.
Cat wants more water. I want to get him water in a moment.
Vault Hunters.
I want to re-up my XP booster, and then I'll fast travel back to Bloodmore. And, I'll get the cat water, and we'll continue.
Yoo-hoo! I have needs. Please fill them.
Hey, Pupty, how are you? Something mushy anus joke. I can't be bothered to make an intelligent joke, so I'll just pretend I said something funny. Had to be there. Had to be there. I'll be right back.
Hey there. Hey there.
Alright, I'm back. Sorry about that. I played Binding of Isaac. I have not. I have not. It's been in my games backlog for quite some time.
This reminds me of the time I loitered
Hey, Boom.
about
How you
on
doing?
3 back when I was still a
What'd you
young
think of the Pet Lucky 7 stuff?
Ah, the recklessness of youth.
Ooh, still got it.
Beautiful. Wonder if Sandhawk can work it as well. Probably. Like, definitely on semi-auto. Possibly on full auto. Definitely semi-auto, though. Yeah. Because, like, we've done Throat Ripper or Atomic Aroma stuff for, like, launchers before. This is just applying that tech, right? Anything that shoots, like, at a similar rate to a launcher or at least consumes ammo at a proportional rate similar to launchers, should work. I feel like Sandhawk might be a little too fast, but if Lucky 7 can work somewhat sustainably, maybe Sandhawk could too. I suppose Lucky 7 has the benefit of it always crits, so it always iterates Leave No Trace. But why do you purposely down yourself with Lucky 7 shenanigans? Free ammo refills. Yes. Free ammo refills. There's a Guardian rank perk, Letter Alive, that fully fills your mag when you go down, and it doesn't count as a conventional reload, so you don't lose your modifiers. Flag is a mechanical soldier, or a mech soldier, if you will. A mech. All that pet Lucky 7 stuff, Gunner, Flak. I agree. Yes. We'll do that. Why am I running? Why did I not grab a vehicle? Oh yeah, because I hate vehicles. I'd rather walk. We're less than 4 hours in. We can make some real good progress here. We could get to our artifact slot today. I kind of want to push farther than that and get to the red suit, but that might be unreasonable. Because, like, once I get the red suit, we're basically an hour from the end of the game anyway, so, like, meh. We'll see what happens. We'll see how far I get. Like, doing that detour to get the Ember's Blaze was important. Oh, another thing you can do with Iron Bear setups is you can fish Unleash the Dragon. It's stupid, but you can. You're able to cut down a Union 6 where it would be. I would cut out the Clay stuff. Like, I like Clay as a character. I'd just maybe make all of that optional instead of main story.
Let's get it over with.
It doesn't add anything to plot, really, other than just help resistance, which never comes back up again. It's blatant filler. That's not necessarily bad. Every game has its filler, and I think Clay is a memorable character that people enjoy. But, like, making that forced main story content's like, It'd be like if in BL2, if they had made the Clan War storyline, if you'd had to do that. Like, it's something people like to do, optionally, that unlocks a bunch of stuff that you would want to do. Like the McZafford farm, for example. But, like, imagine if that had been obligatory. Imagine what that would have done to the pacing of the game. This is a jam? Sure is. I can hit the small circle with the nade in the Life of the Party side mission, but I can't hit the 5-pointer. Nice. So we'll have Whispering Ice in the Pearl Vendor soon. It's a pretty good damage dealing nade option. It's just not particularly good for flame proccing. At least not safely. One of us 3 keybinds, but Iron Bear is so simple, it just won't get value. Yeah, you won't. Especially since I already have the Ember's Blaze, there's no chance of anything killing me as long as I can physically get close to them. So I'll just get biofuel. community needs a good bonk. Every modding community needs a good bonk. I respect the Resident Evil modding community, though, because they are equal opportunity degenerates. There are as many nude Leon mods as there are nude Ashley mods, and that is based. Of course, Leon's a Chad. Leon is just him. The back tattoo Leon mod. How about the maid one? Or the one where he's got a, you know, he's got body armor on, but he's shirtless underneath and is wearing booty shorts. Scared for RE5 remake. Yeah, it's gonna be wild. Bye, Billy. Wide, Chris. Mm-hmm. And considering some of Sheva's official outfits are already super questionable, poor Sheva. Same with Jill. Like, game's already horny enough when it comes to them. Graveward seems like a fun kill with this. The reason why we're dumping points into red is because we have to get close the distance before Graveward. We'll get it next level, so it's fine. Did I have to change the background? I don't think I had to change the background. I was forgetting this goes. Quite in shock, Ashley's very tame in RE4 Remake. Well, I think they wanted to overhaul the character and, like, remove a lot of the problematic stuff. Like, for one, she's not annoying anymore, which is pretty fucking cool. But, like, they've removed some of the stuff that's like, I think they did a good job of giving the Ashley character a bit of a facelift. She's infinitely more likable, and there's less, as I said, problematic stuff in there. Same with Luis, right? Ashley and Luis really benefited from the overhauls.
Thanks to the magic of echo casting, your viewers have a chance to win a copy of an item of their choice from your loot.
Left once, right twice. I'll try to remember that for next time. I don't need to be running around down here. Bearfist and I like where this is headed. Hey, Beef, how are you? Gold 4 today. Very nice, Jacqueline. Congrats.
So we meet again.
Yeah, there's Whispering Ice. We won't be using that one, but now that it's in Earl's Pool, we might see some use. Good dude, how about yourself? Brought this new stuff on. Yeah, Jacqueline there in the chat suggested Bearfist run, and it got me thinking about it. So I tried it a bit at endgame, and I thought it was interesting enough for me to do a playthrough with it. And also recently, the topic of how powerful Iron Bear has come up a lot, and I just want to. I like having footage I can point to reference when I make the points that I make. Such as about how Iron Bear is both overpowered and overrated. Like, it is overpowered, yet it is still weak relative to other action skills. It's just incredibly efficient. So to prove points like that, I'm using a specially created flame comm here that has no beneficial anything to it. It's just the flame effect. So functionally, this playthrough, I'm not using a class mod. It's just flame to get back in bear, and then nothing while I'm in bear. And it's just to show how efficient having perfect Iron Bear uptime, or near perfect Iron Bear uptime, is, despite using one of the more inefficient augments. Yeah, makes for good content. Flex, just a giant flex might drop. I mean, I wouldn't really call it a flex as much as it's just like showing the strengths of Iron Bear. Like, for example, Iron Bear isn't even remotely in the sphere of what any character can do on foot bossing in this game. Even Amara, who, for like conventional gun builds, has the most uphill battle for bosses in most conventional gun builds. Amara on foot massively out DPS's Iron Bear with those same builds that comparatively struggle with bossing. Yet Iron Bear is viewed as overpowered. It's because Iron Bear is easy. That's it. You have very easy access to it. It requires minimal gear. It is easy to understand. And you have no risk of dying. Like, almost every Zane and Amara action skill comfortably outdamage it. In terms of Moze builds, it's not competitive with endgame speedrunning. And I feel as if I'm qualified to say that because I do have the fastest Iron Bear speedrun of Guardian Takedown, True Guardian Takedown. And that's 3rd place on the Moze board. It is not competitive with Moze on foot. Just because Iron Bear's strength isn't its strength, it's its efficiency. Just trials, boom. And I'd also like to note that the reason why my 3rd place run is faster than Lazy's 4th place run is because I use Iron Bear less in my Iron Bear run than he does. Using Iron Bear less is faster in an Iron Bear build, even. I kind of want to do maybe a series, like an actually like structured series in terms of streams, where I focus on that kind of thing, how the action skills actually rank up. Like, I don't like ranking things, but I almost want to do a bunch of content where I rank things just to show people why ranking them is not worth your time. Because it would be interesting to blow some minds with how certain things rank. Like, for example, if we ranked Vault Hunter movement speed, Zane is 3rd place. Doesn't sound right, right? But that's how the game works. a non-gun Moze is faster than Bear. Not only is non-gun Moze faster than Bear, gun Moze using Anarchy or Lucky 7 are faster than Bear. And I'm reasonably sure that Bloody Om Nom with suitable launchers could also be faster than Bear. I.e. Plague Bearer, Hive, Mongol, Cake Charger, Ong. Mara first for speed, is it Flak? Moze is first. Flak is last. Flak is the slowest. Yet I find it interesting that despite Flak being the slowest, Flak has the potential for the fastest True Guardian takedown clear. Despite the fact True Guardian takedown is the area in the game where movement speed matters the most. Shows that, content clear is complex in this game. A lot of factors. How? How is Moze fastest? Reactor? Yes. So Moze's Phalanx Doctrine skill. Each time a stack of it decays, you get an additional stack of any while full effects your shield has. This includes the movement speed from Vagabond parts. So, if you have a single point in Phalanx Doctrine, either from a tree or from a Bloodletter class mod, or a Shield Maiden class mod, and you have a shield with Vagabond parts, each time a stack wears off, you get an additional however much movement speed you get from Vagabond. And these stacks last until the next time you take damage. That thing might have that as a glitch. It is, but the reason why it's relevant is because it is something we can't police. It's a time trial legal glitch because it's completely unavoidable. Like, how do you stop from doing that? Other than intentionally damaging yourself every time you see a Phalanx Doctrine stack wears off, or just not taking the skill at all. Like, you can't stop from benefiting. It's like how fake grasping on a Mara is beneficial, but you can't help but do it accidentally. Now, of course, there's ways to abuse it and do it very intentionally, but you can't stop it from happening accidentally. So at that point, it's just a part of how the character works. Now, we can go super duper hyper intentional glitches, and like if you respec or change areas while you have Supersonic Man active on Zane, you get additional stacks of that. So that can put Zane back in first place if you sit there respecking for 10 minutes. Takes 10. Takes a lot less than that. But that doesn't change the fact that Moze can still theoretically get 99 stacks of Phalanx Doctrine, have those wear off, and then have over 2,000% movement speed. And as long as she doesn't take damage, they're just there. Any weapons Iron Bear or Iron Cub is benefiting from upon entering summoning? I'm not sure what you mean, Nico. How could you rephrase? I don't understand the question. You mean just like guns for Moze to hold while getting an Iron Bear? Pasta for Jeremy? Alright, give me a minute. You and I phase whip looking directly at a item. Yeah, so frustrating. The mob clearing for the flak thing? For why flak moves the slowest but clears the fastest for Guardian Takedown? Yeah. It's the damage delivery. Like if you equip a Saga Stabber's Iron Bear, get the melee. So Bearfists are not melee damage, but the stomp is, so like the stomp would benefit. There are weapons you can hold to benefit. So like Guardian Angel, for example, will not benefit the damage that comes from bear, but if you say have the anoint that makes you have a chance to throw your grenade whenever bear takes damage, Guardian Angel benefits that. Guardian Angel also benefits if you have like a red suit and are walking by enemies. So we'll be using a GA later. Dark Army drones stay out while you're in bear. Boogeyman skulls can spawn from any kill while you're holding it while you're in bear. Bear stomps will apply the Ripper debuff, but like you can't shoot the Ripper while you're in, so it doesn't really matter. I believe Ionic Disruptor's dot is applied by stomps when you're holding it in bear. There's a few weapons that benefit, and Stabber is 340. It's two blades. One of them is straightforward. The other one, Matt's weird. Yeah. Eruption Execute. They don't do anything while you're in bear, but you can apply their effects before getting in bear with Eruption Execute. Yeah. I guess 10-gallon drone hangs out while you're in bear as well. It's sort of a baby Dark Army situation. Let me get a pasta going for Jeremy. We got a chef. $120 normal melee damage, then a 2 times mult to all of it. Yeah. It's the normal 120 blade that other COV pistols get, and then you get the second blade that is a 2 times mult to your melee damage section of formula. So, 340 air quotes, but not really 340 at all. Boggles my mind. People like you actually sink thousands of hours into this brain-dead Chaos Chamber content. All these clowns had to do is make a New Game Plus mode. Back to the drawing, hombre. That is a real thing someone said. That's why it's funny. Actual pasta is so sauce. I forget where that was, Boom, but that was an actual person that said that. Still don't like the Mayhem 2.0 update, mainly Mayhem scaling of stuff and Mayhem guns. Mayhem guns is definitely a downgrade. Mayhem scaling is less of a problem than you might think it is. Mayhem scaling gets used as a scapegoat for balance issues when it's far less impactful than you think it is. For example, Short Fuse is one of the most powerful damage increasing skills in the entirety of Borderlands, bar none. It's just, if you want single target damage output from gun, Short Fuse is unbeatable. And you could remove all Mayhem scaling from Short Fuse and that statement does not change. Indiscriminate and Remnant on Amara, same deal. Removing their Mayhem scaling doesn't stop them from doing what they do. Fish Slap, removing its Mayhem scaling doesn't stop it from being the most effective form of melee. But what removing Mayhem scaling would do is make some of the more underwhelming things no longer function. The things that are just viable no longer function. $340 comes from 100, which is the 2 times mult, and then the normal 120, which the card doubles because special blade. 100 plus 240 is 340, right? Majority of things that are good with Mayhem scaling were good without it. And there are plenty of cases of things that were not good pre-mayhem scaling that are not good with mayhem scaling. For example, sorry Boom, black pets have the largest mayhem scaling multiplier out of anything in the game. They have times 51, yet it's still an uphill battle. 51 times damage, still an uphill battle. Like, you remove mayhem scaling, okay. Moze's power doesn't change. Black pets get 51 times worse. What did we accomplish? Warloader in a bus fight. Overpowerful flat bill. Stone Swan talking about overpowerful flat bill. Coincidence? I think not. It's part of the bird agenda. Wake up, Pandora. Skagden goes back to being a dot skill. I'll take it. I mean, it goes back to being a dot skill by Moze standards, whereas for everyone else, a 15% bonus element in Tier 1 is really good. It's propaganda from Big Bird. Bird agenda, you mean shitting on cars? I'm not a bird and I do that all the time. What do you mean? So now we have the funny.
Tango spotted. Nice try, Scrub.
Bitch, so that was you? I thought you would like it.
Anybody counting? We are all stars.
We got range. This thing is so funny when you try to get a long range kill with it. Look at this. Something about the speed. It's not very fast. And that makes me love it more. Come on, Flame Comp. No? Okay. Flame. Flame, I need a fire dot. There we go. So the claw looks as it fires. I'm gonna get you. And the chain just sort of disintegrates. Poke your head up. I missed. Get over here. It's a little hard to aim. I mean, I'm me, so that tracks, but...
Guess they couldn't hack it.
I just want a fire dot. I just wanted a fire dot. Just bear an uppercut though, that'd be cool. Bear a Sparta kick. Fog Totem damage considered a, it might be a, I don't know what is. Companion? It gets companion damage. It's considered damage source ability. but it scales with companion damage. This means that it doesn't do things that's restricted to companion damage. The raw stat companion damage it gets. Oh. Almost blew myself up. Gotta run. Take care, Boom. Have a good one. Are we Titanfall now?
Just feeding the birds.
Titanfall. Nice.
I can't play them anyway. No, this body is not mine. We're just gonna go until it hurts. And yet, I'm still sitting.
Oh hey, I got a flame proc from lighting myself on fire. Forgot that's an option.
I need a helmet.
Oh boy, a rectifier. Hey, that works while we're in Bear. We have no way of depleting it while we're in Bear, though. Just feeding the birds. Oh, since you're Big Bird. The conspiracy deepens. Hail Corporate. Punch him so hard he explodes. I read that in Mr. Torg's voice in my head. Rectifier sad. Here's your daily reminder, the Rectifier does less DPS than bunny hopping on an enemy's head.
You're all set. Till next time, anyway. If you're waiting for a lollipop, well, wait somewhere else. No refund.
Reminder that the Void Rift, which was at the time one of the best damage dealing shields in the game, got its damage literally doubled, and the Rectifier is still less DPS than jumping.
Hey, it's what I do.
While you freed
Point that out.
Renaissance from the grip of those COV devils, I got that damn record contraption working. Let's find out where the vault key's hidden. Will you do the honors, Vault Hunter?
Look there.
To think, these might be the last words of Montgomery Jacobs.
Because they hardly know her.
I'm drunk. Oh dear. I'm drunk, and I'm scared, boy. Those zealots are after the vaults.
I just think they forgot it exists. I mean, how could they, with it showing up all the time throughout every playthrough? I mean, the answer is by not playing the game. I get it. Yeah, it's definitely one of those items that was forgotten.
Boy, the Jacobs tree has stood for centuries. Don't let it fall now. Pa, I'll never forget your last words. Damn, Nation! Gut rots chewing
But we get a heavy bird as a mod. Hold up. I've been bought by Big Bird.
All right, that's enough. Now, the family jewel is my father's ship. It crashed out in the jungle not too long after his death. Go find the jewel, Vault Hunter. If my father's cryptic message is anything to go by, there ought to be a key fragment on board. Meanwhile, Alistair and I will investigate the other two clues.
Ah, a trek deep into untamed lands. I'm envious.
Not another streamer selling out.
Sup, you chode toads? Having fun slumming it in paradise?
Let us know when you've got that vault open, will ya? It was super nice to have my dinner waiting for me last time, you know?
Later, Grundle Humpers.
They get it, Troy.
So, like, interactions like that are part of why people don't care for this section of the story, because, like, you get that as villain monologue after villain successful moment, whereas, you know, the equivalent in the previous number title is, like, a little more weighty to it, because just... a little more weight. Just giving shit to mods suddenly I was putting their ranks. That's how it goes. Mind, any of you can be punished by suddenly having a sword there.
Happy to help. Buy yourself a mod for the merc.
And my game is running like shit. I really want to restart it. But remember last time I tried to restart my game during stream, Steam crashed my whole fucking PC. I don't know. Can't be bad if your mod thinks I became a mod for New Day. That's the reason why a lot of my mods are mods, because they wouldn't stop banning each other. So I just made it so none of them could ban each other. And also, from a practical standpoint, more people having the sword next to their name just serves as intimidation to would-be trolls. Everyone's super know what he is. How you doing, Snow? You know the trolling was coming from the inside. You modded the trolls. It's true. I wasn't supposed to second win there. I don't even know what happened. What even happened? One life over. No, it's not. Like, why did I die like 5 times on repeat?
Hyperion asks, did we ever tell you the definition of insanity?
If a rings should I go for a bog totem build, ability, or companion? Whatever you have less of. For Cancer's Demon Blade and Ghost Spirit Swarm, that's also an option. Alex, why did you go over there? Why did he... Okay. Okay. Navigated bitches. Fair enough. We have no dialogue. That means we just gotta make the sounds ourselves. I guess I could keep going down red for Shockhammer, but like I kinda wanna start going towards Specialist Bear. Like what level are we now? Yeah, we could have Specialist Bear at level 42. Or I could get move speed here. There'd be some dead points going this way, though. Yeah, I'll start on green. The Jabber build, the real Jabber stab. You can click your mouse while punching to that drag the hitbox. Good question. Nullify doing Chaos Chambers again. The more you damage an enemy, the less damage they take from you. So builds that hit a lot of times will get impacted a lot by Nullify. The builds that, you know, kill in one instance of damage won't really get affected too much. Like, for example, if you're pew-pewing with a laser hand, Nullify barely does anything to you. But if you're playing a dot build, it affects you a lot more. Alright, chat. Time to play Spot the Difference. Is this a room full of bots and sex-crazed monkeys, or is it a Twitter thread with a bunch of verified Twitter users? For a second, I thought that Security Bear should be the starting point of the EB or then I thought a Tier 1 Moze skill because an action skill a bit much. Well, Security Bear is still like really, really, really good. It's just Moze Purple kind of invalidated any survivability mechanics by at one point in Biofuel being Bear Immortality as long as you're applying fire dots. Balex, did you get stuck? Oh, Balex fell through the map. Never seen that before. EB Ember's Place, yeah. It's rude to bots and sex crazed monkeys. Fair enough, fair enough. Security Bear's cracked values is invalidated, maddening. It's extremely good value. It's tier 1 for massive amounts of damage mitigation. But like 1 point in Biofuel, Omega lol. You still take it, because you can just have both. Navigated. I don't Unbreakable. This. Can't quite climb that. Oh, I can.
You're done.
Put that barrel down. Trying to give me fire dot. I just want my action skill back. Okay, finally proc.
Anybody counting?
Fisting Moze, what a great build name. I love Fisting Moze. Like the build. How you doing, soccer? How do you buff Dire for boss? Damage, or was never meant to be really be used. You can't buff Dire Sacrifice for bosses without making it completely invalidate the existence of mobbing. There's too much of a gap between boss health and mob health. It's just never going to be a bossing tool. Simply not how the game works. I stuck. I want fire dot. I want more pictures of Spider-Man. That was in his voice in my head. Well done. Like, did you open the door, Balex? Aren't you supposed to open this door? No? Okay, let me save quit again, see what happens. Living off no sleep might be sick, but I'm okay. Sick as in, like, ill, not as in, like, ill. Because I think you're pretty sick too, bro. No, it's the other door. A badass Jabber pops out. Oh, well, we'll find out. Yo, soccer. Yo, everyone, soccer is sick. He was stuck anyway, so. Frizz, why did you time out Soccer Chick? Why would you do that? Word. If I was there, it would have gone differently. That sounds a lot like Shocker. Soccer. You're so right. You're so correct. Soccer. Soccer.
You can't escape me! I'll chase you to the ends of the earth!
Me after Soccer said her last stream. You can't escape me.
Just feeding the birds.
And I have to save quit here again as well, because these quests function properly. Soccer. Get back here, Soccer. That clip will never not be useful.
Too much money and not enough blood? You're in the right place.
Alex, don't you body block. Oh wow. Genevieve, where's your health? Did you leave it at home? Oh, I get it. She's balanced around. You can't fucking hit her because she just does this and wastes her goddamn time. See. Imagine being on mobile, not seeing the BTTV emote. Classic. Hey, a 10 gallon. That works in Bear. Someone's spawn is banned from the streaming. Streaming was my nickname in high school. Fortunately, my nickname was not Unlimited Baby Maker. That's not my crowd. Guess I'll retire like soccer. Can you Iron Bear properly in Sanctuary? Probably not. Run past these enemies. Hey, Vault Hunter.
Have we got an opportunity for you? You don't want to miss it!
What a name that would be, Unlimited Baby Maker. Yeah, some baby makers should be limited.
Who saw that?
Perhaps most. True.
So, you're a resistance fighter now, eh? How does it feel to be one of the people? Disgusting, I imagine. Glad to have so many badasses.
Yeah, you would be glad, Lilith, since you can't do shit. Fuck Lilith, all my homies hate Lilith. But yeah, this is more of the pacing dragging along. We finished a map, had to go back to Sanctuary to talk to Tannis, and now we have to go back to the planet we just came from to talk to Clay, so that we could then go to a new map, and Ellie's blocking the fucking door. Now this guy is also blocking the door. Ellie, let me just okay, fine. Fine. Go up the stairs a little bit and down yourself. No, I don't want to give them the satisfaction. And don't you make a joke about the DLC 3 rocket launcher. Won't you do it?
They gonna run when they see you, Vault Hunter.
Stagecoach with a minigun damage. It's Pog. Are you gonna give them hives? Yeah, I'm gonna give them an allergic reaction. I wonder how Iron Bear hits the rogue site hitboxes. The stomp probably covers everything. Yay, the rogue site. Isn't this the most fantastic part of the game? Just definitely not blatant filler. Like, we're taking a break from the filler to do a filler mission during a filler arc. Cartel jabber, so we're killing it. Yeah, I knew it was gonna pick up that barrel. Get back here, jabber! Jabber! You can't escape me. Got one. I don't have splash radius. Oh, I'm just kind of guessing. Oh, got it. Stomach not fully, I need something more filling. I just have stomach issues. It just makes noises regardless of whether I need food or not. I think I'm hungry. I think I'm hungry. I can't tell. It's about time for me to eat, though. I'll finish this map and then we'll end. It's been almost 5 hours. I like the structure of doing these playthroughs. Like, stream 1, we go through to a round grave ward. Then stream 2, we finish the story. It paces well for content. Didn't mean that, sorry, I meant as in story filler. Oh, well that too. I assumed my stomach was growling loudly into the mic, which it often does. So I took that literally. Yeah, filler is just like, I don't know. They must have had some arbitrary number they had to hit for story playthrough length. That's the only explanation for Eden 6 being structured the way it is, and for Necrotafeo being there at all. Get over here. I needed to use you for that. You get over here. You're not supposed to die. You get over here. Ah, stonks. I used the splash from hitting Wild Swing to hit the rogue site targets. I wasn't sure that would work. Hey, Coffee, how you doing? You see, this is obnoxious. How many fucking prompts do you have to activate in this one room? Like, Been in bed too long, how am I? That was me yesterday. I slept like the entire day yesterday. Like I woke up at 9:30-ish a.m. Was up for like 2 hours, went back to sleep. Woke up, was up for like half an hour, went back to sleep. Yeah, that's relatable. But I'm good. We're having fun with the Iron Bear run. Or specifically the Bearfist run. Punching things in the face with a giant mech is pretty enjoyable, believe it or not. Yeah, we're level 27 already, which is an important benchmark to hit because now artifacts will start dropping. Now we don't have the slot yet, not until we do Grave Ward, but at least the artifacts are dropping. What am I doing? Not a fan of listening to that robot lady screaming like Monkey the Family Jewel. We passed that section already. And, yeah, because of the dialogue skip mod, you never have to hear it in my playthroughs. That's cool. We could get a Burning Summit for flame activation. We would only have to save quit that 25 times. It's 25. Nah, I'll stick with what I got here.
Hell yeah!
Graduated high school enough tax forms and shit so I can work. Isn't adulting great? Isn't adulting just the best? Isn't it great that you were taught exactly how to handle things like filing your taxes in public school? That they spent time teaching things like that you would actually use in real life? Isn't that awesome?
Racking him up!
Went out of my way to take a financial management elective specifically so I'd be more prepared for this and still don't know what I'm doing. Of course. Just know that nobody knows how the fuck to do their taxes. Not fresh out of high school anyway. I haven't had time for Emily Dickinson. I was gonna say, show you Dickinson, but like, maybe no. The reflexive joke has some subtext there, so maybe not. Give me first run Big Boom Blaster. Oh, okay. Or give me death. That works too. And nothing.
That's just what I do.
Being referred to a cardiologist following that tumble I took earlier. Better safe than sorry. I hope the prognosis on that is good. Barista. It's scary stuff. I want you to be okay. Compound injuries? I don't know, I know compound debt. Pain. Taxes are deliberately complicated so the industry helps you do them, makes billions. Of course, there's no class to teach you, just like we won't simplify the system. Yep. They are designed to make you pay more than you have to, because that's usually what happens when you file incorrectly. Just lucking to have an accountant brother-in-law easy. Man, why'd you get such a good spawn? Be right back, gonna get my dad to help me with that shit. Lamau. Okay, I only figured it out enough to be, like, willing to do it on my own. Like, last year. So, I'm fucking 28. So, yeah. Asked for help every time until I was 27. And like, if I asked for help, I would probably save some money on taxes. I'm too lazy to involve other people. My own detriment.
I'm on a freaking roll!
Not even the right idea, just don't do them. We're on that, that millionaire grind set.
Use every part of me. Gotcha now.
I feel like tax industry must be more complicated than most others. I mean, full transparency, I don't make enough for them to be that complicated. It's just like a couple categories or things other than what you'd expect, or like how you'd file things. It's pretty straightforward now that I know, but like, I guess it's a little weird. Tax haven countries or companies, same exists for people? Yes, because in some fields of work, you, the person, are a company. And for a lot of intents and purposes, at least under US tax law, companies are people. So, yes, is the short answer. And all tax questions, the Aruba version of J-Bridge. Chat, the game gave me a shaped V system. You think it likes me? Should I send one back? Work out 3 times a day to keep my V system in shape.
I'm gonna trash ya!
Why does it say I've not linked my Shift account? Did you link it while you had an ad blocker on? That gave me problems once. Bought in a girthy D system. Glad I'm finally getting answers for a change. Oh yeah, I can definitely relate, Barista, as someone who has, you know, lifelong health stuff. It can be very frustrating not knowing what's happening. So just having, you know, actual diagnoses and strategies put in place by healthcare providers is a very comforting thing. So yeah, no, I totally feel you there. There's others in this community that can attest to that. I can't speak. Brain turns off after 4 hours. Set you my V system, please respond. I'm gonna start calling you V system vocal. What up, V system? How's it going, broski? Do I have a say in this? Maybe? You get a vote. You get a vote.
Wait, I lost count.
Vote, how generous. No, I just really think it's a big ask for you to get a say on how you're referred to, honestly. Could I do the bare fucking minimum and respect your wishes? I could, but like, that's asking too much. Social commentary. So satisfying. Just... sounds are so chonky. So started saying it out of Red Chestnut attack page. Huh, that's weird. If you tried to join a chest event that I ended early by like save quitting out of or changing maps or something, that does break it until you refresh. So, like, maybe it could be that. Talking to Tannis again. I think this would be a good stopping point. Yeah, we get a level 28 before Grave Ward. What a treat. Honestly, we'll be like level fucking 30 before Grave Ward. Weird. But yeah, that's what running with an XP booster does. We've done minimal side content outside of just like getting the Ember's Blaze. We're still over leveled because of the XP booster. Very nice. Sell that. Sell that, honestly. Keep those. I haven't been using my weapon slots. Honestly, forgot that I had multiple. Falcon Punch. But yeah, that's a good stopping point. So tomorrow will be a continuation of this. We should be able to finish the rest of the playthrough and start grinding levels up towards endgame. The Iron Bear leveling experience will be very funny. It's just funny is the word for it. Spell and Redux called the Dune chant makes you Nova constantly. Yeah. Guns from Volcar chest. Yeah, you can get whatever. If there's a gun in Maurice's current black market pool, you have a chance to get that. The Volcar chests just have you a chance to give the items from Maurice's current black market rotation, which is pretty cool. Yeah, let's see who's live this time of day. We can head over there. I appreciate you guys hanging out. Yeah, more of this tomorrow. This will probably be 3 or 4 total days for this Moze. Tomorrow will be day 2 of story, and then following day finish up leveling. We got Pascaroni playing Saints Row. We got Tizzle playing Fear. Moo is on Bloodborne. How long has Moo been live? Moo has been live for almost 7 hours. Maybe I don't raid Moo. I don't like keeping people streaming for unhealthy amounts of time. Yeah, let's raid Pascaroni. He's only been live for 3.5. Much more manageable. Yeah, I appreciate having you guys. You guys know Pascaroni. If you don't, you should. But I'm gonna get some food and some water because it's fucking hot, and I'm just realizing how sweaty and disgusting I am. But I'll see you guys around next time. Thank you so much for all the support, and more Bearfist me's tomorrow. Bye.